Hi, good evening. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for June 17th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Mayor MacArthur,
Here?
Councilmember Perallo,
Here.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilmember Starr,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Here.
and Councilwoman Basua. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosks at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, June 5th, and the amended agenda on Monday, June 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Prior to closed session, we'll take public comments on the closed session agenda. Can the city attorney please provide a statement prior to closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D1 to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are 1, Vincent Marquez versus City of Oxnard, and 2, Tykert Energy and Utilities Group Incorporated versus City of Oxnard. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to review the status of labor negotiations and to review its available funds and funding priorities for the purpose of providing instructions to the city's negotiators, Ashley Golden, Assistant City Manager, and Steve Naveau, Director of Human Resources, regarding the organizations specified in item C3 of the meeting agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this closed session item?
And Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. The City Council will now recess to a closed session, and at 6 p.m. we will begin the regular scheduled meeting. Thank you. All right. Hello, good evening, everyone. We just emerged from closed session, and we will ask the city attorney, Stephen Fisher, for any announcements to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no actions to report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll take a moment of silence for the shootings we've seen across our nation, including Minnesota and others. Thank you.
Councilwoman Basua? Here. Mayor MacArthur?
Here.
Councilmember Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Perez? Here. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilmember Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosks at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, June 5th, and the amended agenda on Monday, June 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to lead us?
Let's face the flag, right hand over our heart. Ready, begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're taking a moment of silence for the shooting victims across the nation, including Minnesota and others. If I could just have everyone stand and take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We will go to the next item in the agenda. This is the ceremonial item, the presentation of a proclamation designating June 22nd, 2025 as Oxnard Lowrider Appreciation Day. Thank you. If I can just get Mr. Gabriel Robles to come up, who'll accept the proclamation. I've never heard of this day.
Big in Sacramento. Oh, yeah? Right. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Here, hold on. Can we get this so that
Look, you don't have another one, another microphone?
All right. So I have been. All right, nice to see everyone. Good turnout. See some familiar faces up here. All right, it is my pleasure and honor. I was asked by the mayor to read through this proclamation we have here declaring Oxnard Lowrider Appreciation Day. Whereas in August 2023, the state of California declared the first Sunday of summer as California Lowrider Day, and whereas the city of Oxnard has long been home to a rich, diverse lowrider car culture that has allowed for the asserting of cultural identity and defying racial discrimination and class identification. And whereas our lowrider community has for decades helped raise thousands of dollars annually for local schools and community-based organizations, and whereas our lowrider community coordinates annual canned food drives and toy drives to serve local needy families and bring joy to children, especially during the holiday seasons. And whereas our lowrider community has volunteered their vehicles and their time to chauffeur many of our local residents and our city, county, and state dignitaries in processions such as the Oxnard Christmas Parade, Fiestas Patrias, and the Oxnard Veterans Parade. And whereas the lowrider community has established and maintained a mutually respectful partnership with the Oxnard Police Department in an effort to show community unity And whereas during the COVID pandemic, various car club members joined together to form the COVID Cruisers to bring joy and happiness to many children and families who could not publicly celebrate special occasions due to the social distancing regulations. And whereas our lowrider community is committed to continuing to challenge norms and break past negative stereotypes by instead leading by example and showing their love and respect for the Oxnard community. And whereas our lowrider community continues to provide cultural, artistic, and historic significance in the city of Oxnard. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Louise MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, does hereby proclaim June 22nd, 2025 as Oxnard Lowrider Appreciation Day.
Is this on? Thank you, Councilman Teran. Appreciate it. I'd like to wish Mr. Mayor, City Council a good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. And my name is Gabe Robles. I'm born and raised in Oxnard. I'm proud of it. I'm also the president of Cruisers Car Club here in Oxnard. But tonight I'm here to represent the entire lowrider community. Lowriding has come a long way since the early days when most of us up here would just kind of cruise around, just looking for a good time. We were young. But as we got older, started raising families, we became parents, grandparents, even great-grandparents. And when we saw a need to help our children and others in the community, we stepped up to help by organizing car shows and other events to raise funds. There is at least 20+ car clubs in Oxnard. That's just Oxnard. And many more non-club lowriders. And when we get together to fundraise, it makes a difference. Together, we raise thousands of dollars annually to help schools and other organizations. The lowrider community promotes unity and respect for one another and our city we live in. Even though we wear different club names on our shirts, we are one big family and we support each other to the full extent. Even though this proclamation recognizes Oxnard lowriders, I want to take this opportunity to recognize non-Oxnard lowrider, non-lowrider vehicles and out-of-towners who have for decades supported our community also, helping us raise funds. I also want to thank former Oxnard Police Chief Scott Whitney for being the first chief in Oxnard to bridge the gap and meet with the lowrider community to better our relationship. And to obtain a mutual understanding between us. And also current Chief Jason Benitez. Thank you. For continuing to do the same. I feel it is very important to maintain our positive relationship, and I hope that future chiefs will do the same. Lastly, I want to thank Amanda Herrera, Councilman Gabe Teran for initiating this proclamation, and to the Oxnard City Council for approving it and presenting it to us. We highly appreciate it. Thank you.
Great speech, Gabe. Awesome, awesome. I wanted to personally thank Mr. Mayor for this proclamation, members of the City Council, and especially Gabe Teran. When we came up with this idea, we thought, well, it's been long overdue. It was something that needed to be done. So we reached out to Councilman Teran, and through his help, we were able to make this possible. So a couple of things I wanted to add to what Gabe said is that, the stigma that has always followed lowriders is that they're troublemakers, is that they're gangbangers. What a lot of people didn't realize that the lowriders consist of fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, business owners, attorneys, probation officers. All of these people exist in the lowrider community. So don't be fooled when you hear all the bad words about the lowrider community. They do so much for this community, which is why it was very important that they get acknowledged. So moving forward, we can always look forward to the city of Oxnard honoring the lowrider community. Now, this proclamation is obviously for everybody here today, but it's also for those who are no longer with us. So I wanted to personally mention some of the members of the lowrider community who are no longer with us because this is for them too. David Jr., Gene Gonzalez, Alonso Garcia, Mike Pickle, Mr. Baum, Freddie Gutierrez, Big Fred, Robert Babo Martinez, Mando Coronado, Nick Guzman, Ruben Gonzalez, Alex and Larry Saldana, and my buddy Eddie Cabral. I knew Eddie since we were in junior high school. He did a lot for our community, so this goes to all of them. So thank you very much for this long overdue honor. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take a picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just send it to me later. I was gonna get on my phone. Send it to me later too. What you give her your phone? Or you
Yeah.
can send me later.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Where's it? Oh, right here. She's right next to me. Oh, good. All right, we're good. Okay. Thank you. All right. You get one more. Thank you. Nice to see you. You look the same. You haven't changed. Thanks, Manuel.
I was like, hey, I knew you were going to make it to
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah, your future's still ahead of you, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate
good job, and thank you for
Nice to see you. Yeah, man, very good. I think, you know.
We gotta go for a cruise again.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Good to see you, brother. Thank you for helping us out with this.
You got it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as
See you
well.
at all the
Thank you.
organizations.
Right, exactly. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I'll see you. Huh? Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't go right for a long time here in soccer.
Yeah.
When soccer
Thank you,
was
sir.
over,
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
I brought the car back
Thank you,
out.
man. Nice to see you. That's nice, man.
Thank you.
You got
Thank
it.
you.
You got
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, we'll talk soon.
You got it. Thanks for doing that. That was really nice. How many speakers do we have?
Do you want to take the 4 virtual speakers, or do we want to do these first and get these out of the way?
Maybe we'll do these first.
Okay, perfect.
And then we'll take the other ones on. Okay. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is for public comments on items not on the agenda. I'm just going to ask if, typically we only do this for 30 minutes, but I can see there's a lot of people up here. And I certainly want to hear everybody speak. I will ask you kindly if you can please exercise some decorum, and if we can all refrain from clapping or booing, please. And also know that sometimes I know it's awkward for me personally not to be able to engage with some good comments that are made here, but it's just in adherence to our own Act, we can't do that. But we are attentively listening, and I know I personally take notes. Others do too, in different ways. But I just want to ask you to please, I want to hear everybody, but just please exercise some decorum, be respectful, and no clapping and no booing, please, okay? And we'll get started. We'll go to the first, and I'm going to alternate too, to be respectful to those that are virtual. So we'll go to the first speaker. This is Sandra Diaz. Hi.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, council members, and city staff. My name is Sandra Diaz. I've proudly served the city of Oxnard for the last 22 years. I'm a steward of SEIU 721 and part of the SEIU Executive Board, which represents over 105,000 members throughout Southern California. Tonight, we stand together as employees, residents, and union members asking for a fair contract. We're calling for health insurance for ourselves and our families, and wages that can help us stay and grow and continue serving this beautiful community many of us call home. We respectfully urge you not to cut our wages, our benefits. We remain committed to working with you to provide the best service possible to the people of Oxnard. We thank you today for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Madam Clerk, we'll now go to the virtual speaker.
Caller ending in 4612, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you can start speaking now.
Hi, my name is Sharon. Good evening, and I'm a resident of Oxnard. I'm here today to ask the City Council to publicly comment and take action about ICE terrorizing Oxnard, our communities within Oxnard, and kidnapping our friends and family members, including U.S. citizens, as happened yesterday to Juan Ramirez Diaz. Immigrants, as you, I'm sure, and I hope agree, are not violent criminals invading our city. Immigrants have built, fed, and maintained this city. ICE is violent. ICE is invading neighborhoods and workplaces. ICE is violating people's rights. ICE is going after working families. ICE is going after people doing it the so-called right way at their immigration appointments. Human rights violations are being documented in detainment. ICE is getting citizens, as I mentioned, like Juan Ramirez Diaz, and Oxnard needs to take a stance and do more than even a stance, take action like Glendale has, and go beyond to end these cruel and unjust raids and family separations in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker. This is Chad Shoemaker.
Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Chad Shoemaker. I work for Facilities Maintenance. It's nestled under Public Works. I'm here as a shop steward representing, what I can for my brothers and sisters. We're trying to make sure that we just get a fair contract. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. We'll go to the next speaker. We'll go to the virtual speaker.
The next virtual speaker ending in 4076, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you can start speaking now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. I have a few questions, but first permit me to make a few factual statements. Number one, the posted speed limit on Gonzalez Road between Oxnard Boulevard and Rice Road is 45 miles per hour. Number two, there is a sign posted at the Oxnard Boulevard Gonzalez Road intersection which prohibits trucks of 5 tons or more from proceeding south on Oxnard Boulevard. Number three, a typical empty semi-truck can weigh between 30,000 to 35,000 pounds, tractor included. That's 15 to 17 and a half tons. An interesting point of reference is the Tesla Cybertruck. These Cybertrucks weigh just shy of 4 tons. Now my questions. Why is it that I observe traffic on Gonzales between Oxnard Boulevard and Rose frequently exceeding the posted speed limit? The other morning, I observed two motorcyclists riding side by side, traveling at least 65 to 70 miles per hour. This is freeway speeds. Early in the morning is probably the most problematic, not to mention the red light runners at any time of day. Secondly, I also frequently observe semi-trucks, probably both loaded and unloaded, traveling both directions on Oxnard Boulevard, south of Gonzales. This is in violation of the posted limit of 5 tons. Consider the extreme wear and tear on our roads, which weren't designed for such loads, and also the disruption of fluid traffic flow downtown. Where is the enforcement in Oxnard? Is the job totally complete when you post speed limits, install red lights, and weight restriction signs on our roadways? Are traffic and motorists going to automatically comply with your posted regulations? If this is so, and enforcement is not needed after you post these signs, why not also post signs like no shooting guns within Oxnard city limits and no armed robberies within Oxnard city limits or no sexual assaults, etc.? But the truth is, high percentage will comply with your traffic regulations. However, there will always be those outsiders who feel they are immune to your regulations. In case you're missing the point, I'm suggesting the enforcement of traffic laws is lacking in Oxnard. If you're not willing to enforce the restrictions posted on the signs, don't even bother to install them. Just forget about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next speaker. This is Blair Brim.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. I'm a business agent with Operating Engineers Local 501. I've had the good fortune for a little over 10 years to represent the largest group here at the city. And it's a wonderful group. They keep your lights on. They keep your city streets clean and repaired. They take care of your parks. They make sure that the water that goes into your toilet goes where it's supposed to. They make sure the water that comes out of your faucet's drinkable. And I know I'm going to miss some. They keep the floors clean. They trim your trees. They inspect your buildings. They pick up dead carcasses off the city streets and animal control. They pick up your trash weekly, recycled and everything else. And I feel blessed and honored to spend over 10 years representing these individuals. And they say as parents, you're not supposed to have favorite children, but of all the contracts I have, this is probably my favorite. And it's my favorite because I get to work with your staff. Alex, one of the best city managers I've had the good fortune to deal with, and his staff, Ashley, Steve Naveau and his staff, I deal with daily. It's almost like I have an office here. But all this is leading up to the fact that we're in negotiations along with a few other groups. I've looked at the budget, we all have, and I think a little bit different than everybody else does. I think that we need to think positive about the future and positive about where we're gonna be in the next 3 years and not worry about everything that's on our plates right now. I think that needs to be reflected in negotiations when we wrap these up in good wages, livable wages, wage increases, and doing so to help maintain the staff that we have and attract future employees that want to come and live and work in Oxnard. So we're counting on you to get the contract that we're looking for, depending on you, and I have complete faith that we're going to get this done relatively soon, and it's going to take all of us to do it. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We'll go to the next virtual caller.
Mayor and council members, we do not have any more virtual speakers that have indicated they want to speak.
Thank you. We'll go to Ken, I think it's Clench. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Ken Clench, and I proudly represent the city's frontline workers as their voice and as shop steward for the International Union of Operating Engineers. We are here as union workers and as the dedicated employees who help realize the city's publicly stated goal of being a qualified, high-performing, diverse workforce. We help ensure a healthy, safe, and productive work environment, providing excellent public service to residents. We are proud to strive for that mission, and we also understand the concern from the city manager, Mr. Nguyen, regarding the city's financial outlook. We see the city's strength, progress, and stability, that Oxnard is well positioned in paying off a $20 million debt, has grown its reserves by $9.5 million, and Oxnard credit rating has received an upgrade. Let us work within the need for financial cautions while too strengthening the city's resolve to fulfill its mission statement by an investment from the city in its employees. A fair IOUE union contract means wages that reflect market realities and inflation, working conditions that support health and safety, recognition of the value that experienced, long-serving employees bring to the city. We showed up during the pandemic, wildfires, and heat waves. We show up to keep the streets clear and operating. We show up to keep the water running. We show up to keep the trash collected. And we show up to keep the parks clean and safe, and street medians and parkways, irrigation repaired. We stand, as we have always, to work in good faith. We hope the city will honor that commitment by securing a fair and reasonable contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Alfredo Trevino, and he'll be followed by Mr. Manuel Herrera. Alfredo.
All right, Mayor MacArthur, City Council members, in regards to negotiations, members from Operating Engineers, Local 501, are seeking a fair contract and good faith bargaining. These proposed cuts have a general concern of accelerating into wage compression, causing challenges to recruit, retain, and develop the most qualified, both in short term and long term. These proposed cuts may seem like a cost-saving measure in the short term. The long-term fallout could last years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herrera, and then followed by Victor Gallardo.
Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. As we all know, tensions are very, very high right now throughout all aspects of the community. And because of this, sometimes it's easy to react with fear and anger. Right now, more than ever, is when we need to stand united. All of us, our community, city officials, and yes, even the police department. When ICE comes to Oxnard, their goal isn't just to terrorize our immigrant community. Their goal is to divide us, because they know that if we're busy fighting each other, we're not fighting them. ICE is very strategic in everything they do. For example, when they park at the police department's public parking area, they are doing it on purpose. Why? So that the people will shift their anger from ICE and switch it over to the police department. Don't fall for it. It's all strategic. I also wanted to thank our mayor, who put his word on the line when he teamed up with the chief of police to release a video to address the rumors that Oxnard PD is working with ICE. They flatly denied these allegations. We have also heard from most of our council members who have spoken up against the actions of ICE. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have yet to hear from Councilman Aaron Starr on where he stands on this issue. especially since in La Colonia, which is where many of our immigrants live, falls under his district. So why am I calling out Aaron Starr? Because you, Mr. Starr, recently voted against every single one of the tenant protection ordinances that are meant to protect the renters in Oxnard. Yes, we remembered your vote. So Councilman Starr, we ask you to make a statement tonight when it's your turn to speak, and let us all know where you stand. Are you gonna condemn these ICE raids in our community, or are you gonna stand with Donald Trump's ICE? We will be listening for your statement. And once again, please, everybody, let's unite. Let's all unite together against ICE.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Remember, just remember, I just ask you, just please, if you can just refrain from the clapping, because then there might be some boos. So we just want to be respectful of one another. Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Go ahead, Victor. And then, Victor, you'll be followed by Paulina Cordova, please.
Good evening, Senor MacArthur and distinguished council members. I'm originally from Oakland. In the early 60s in the East Bay, cruising was very popular by a different community. They were mostly drag racing up and down East 14th in Oakland, San Leandro, and Hayward. But when I came to Oxnard in 1978, my first time to visit here, I saw a different type of a community in these lowrider cars. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. So I'd just like to applaud the city, everyone that took part in this great effort. I think it's a fantastic way to make our local community feel real proud. On a different issue, on the SEIU, I feel that every working man or woman deserves a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. We'll move on to Paulina Cordova. And Paulina, you're going to be followed by Camerino Alfaro.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Paulina Cordova, a 36-year-old who grew up in Oxnard. My childhood involved a lot of community events, involvement, and unity in the community. I had so much interest, I won awards for Youth Advocate of the Year my junior and senior year in high school from the city of Oxnard, giving me the first face-to-face meeting with late Mayor Thomas Holden in this very stand. I am blessed to say my childhood experiences inspired me to work for the city of Oxnard, with hopes to retire here as well. Even while being a city employee, I am still in low-income housing and commuting 1 hour each day, not able to afford housing for my family in Oxnard. I love my workplace and the commitment we have to serve our community, the community that inspired me to be here on this stand once again. Unfortunately, now I'm speaking to you with heartbreak and stress in hopes that one day I will be able to live in this city that I work in. I want to live in Oxnard and show my children that they can thrive in this community just as I did. Thank you to Mayor Holden for his kind words that stuck with me and inspired me to fight for my future. And thank you very much, Mayor, council members, and city staff for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Camerino Alfaro. And you'll be followed by Leo Alfaro.
Hello, good evening. I'm Camerino. I'm trying to bring awareness to an issue in Oxnard's small business sector. With entering a year with much worry and stress, I believe Oxnard should be looking to take care of its own first. Local businesses have been getting hit with robberies of fire and irrigation line and valves, causing tens of thousands of dollars in damages, with the perpetrators only making pennies to the dollars in scrap. There must be a rhyme and reason to why this is happening. Incidents like this are not only restricted to our family business, but neighboring ones as well. Businesses on Sturgis, Hearst, Ives, and much more have been targeted. March 17th, 2024, November 22nd, 2024, March 27th, 2025, June 2nd, 2025. These are all dates in which a police report was made to have officers come and make a report of the damages. Officers that should be out serving the community. These disruptions are not only isolated to business, as its workers are affected as well, resulting in another needless stress endured in an already stressful time. I am before Oxnard City Council to ask what measures are being put in place to prevent issues like this from happening again, and if there's any services that will be offered to the affected people and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilo. And then Leo Alfaro. And Leo, you're going to be followed by Deborah Barber.
Hi there, good evening. Thank you for your time. And I'm here to support as well the last speaker in terms of small businesses here in Oxnard. We've been hit a lot by theft and vandalism on these fire line systems, irrigation lines, domestic water lines. The costs up to this point, upwards of $40,000, which we have to mitigate. We've had to make tough decisions with personnel the last couple of years, and you know, we've been trying to see what more we can do. We've been working on the landscaping, the lighting, and we are looking to see how the city can support us by you know, seeing what potential ideas or potential credits with a lot of the licensing that we really make sure to meet year by year and have the funds available. We're shooting for break even because business has been a bit tough, but you know, we know there are a lot of issues that a city has to deal with, and we are with you. We want to make it a better place for everybody here, and we just want to see what more can be done for the small business sector, because we do strive. We're hardworking owner-operators here in the city, and we want to make it a better place and have good jobs, good manufacturing jobs, and we appreciate your valuable help and effort in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. We'll go to Deborah, and then Deborah, you're going to be followed by Miss Ronnie Miranda.
It's a long A, Baber.
Okay,
And I
I
like
apologize.
people that know me know that I stand with Trump, and I've done that the last 10 years, since 2015.
It's okay. That's,
The
guys.
reason that I'm here is I wanted to read aloud a prayer that is read every day during the public wreath laying at Mount Vernon, George Washington's home. This is a prayer that George Washington penned in 1783 for our nation. I now make it my earnest prayer that God would have the United States in his holy protection, that we would incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, to entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another, for their fellow citizens of the United States at large, and particularly for their brethren who have served in the field. And finally, that we would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. Further, the reason that I'm doing this, I was gratified to hear with the lowriders that there was twice when the police were mentioned and commended, as they should be. I am a law and order gal. I was delighted to hear, and it gave me hope, to hear the chamber break out in applause for our law enforcement. And with that, I'd like to remind people that it is illegal to come into this country illegally. And there has been a hotline, I'll reclaim my
Mr.
time.
Mayor, we need civility
I
in
will
this
reclaim
chamber.
my time.
Go ahead.
There
Go
is
ahead,
a
Deborah.
hotline to report all illegal aliens and those that aid and abet them.
Hey, guys, please, look.
This
Look, hold
hotline-
on, Deborah, hold on.
Sure.
Listen, I don't want to ask anybody to leave, but we have to extend the same level of respect that everyone has extended to SCIU, to the various speakers. So let's please refrain. Otherwise, we're going to ask somebody to leave. So let's just be respectful. I know it's hard sometimes to listen to various commentary, but we have to be respectful. So I'd please just ask you that. If you disagree, there's no booing, no shouting. We just respectfully will listen. We stopped the clock for you, Deborah, so go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So to report all illegal aliens, all foreign invaders of our nation, and those that abet them, you can call 866-347-2423. This is a hotline to report all illegal aliens. It's a federal hotline. That number again, 866-347-2423. There is another crime that is taking place, and that is the mutilation of our children that masquerades as gender-affirming care. That hotline, that also is against the, I will reclaim my time.
Go ahead.
That hotline is also available to us to report those crimes of mutilating our children. 800-225-5324. I do this as a public service announcement, and because I love my country, I love where I live, and because I love all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. We'll go to the next speaker, Ms. Ronnie Miranda. And then Ronnie, you're going to be followed by Lorenzo Castillo.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Before you go, Ms. Miranda, I appreciate the words there. Just as a reminder, as was stated, that this is a public forum. Everybody has a constitutional right, regardless of age, citizenship status, abilities, language, to come here and have their 3 minutes. We may agree with some people, we may disagree with some people, but everybody has that right. And so I ask and reiterate what the mayor said, that we please show respect to everybody, regardless of whether we agree or disagree. And so I just thank people ahead of time for that reminder. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Thank you. Good evening to the council and everyone in the chamber. I'd like to bring up a breath of fresh air right now, considering the vitriolic trash that was just dumped in the middle of the room. I've come here today to offer my thoughts on the terroristic tactics of ICE in our community, and how the fear hangs like a cloud over Oxnard right now. There are fine, decent people that are being targeted without cause because of some political distraction on the national level, so that we aren't paying attention to the failures of the administration's economic, international, and domestic policies. We're all looking at this. They're picking on our most vulnerable community, and this is our home. All eyes are on California right now. People are watching Oxnard. They're watching Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, LA County. We are being targeted directly. This is your opportunity to reiterate once again your support for our community, that you will not be selling them out to ICE, that you will not, the police department will not be sharing the automated plate readers, that you have our back. We need that. I see you blinking. I'm sorry that you don't support this, but it's okay. You're outnumbered. They're outnumbered, and I want our people to continue to show up and protect our friends, family, and neighbors. I urge you to please take this opportunity to address this head on as a collective body. I know you may have already done that. I've seen your video, and I thank you very, very much for that. It is so important that you speak out with the police. It can't be said enough. There's fear. There is fear, and it needs to be reiterated, reassurances. The people of Oxnard are like your children. You need to let them know that they're safe. And the community cannot let the poison spread like ink in the water. We all have a right to our opinions. We all have a right to our views and our religions. It doesn't need to be shoved down the throat of everyone in the room. So I'm speaking to you on my own behalf to please reassure the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. We'll move to Lorenzo Castillo, and then Alex, I think it's Arand. Alex, you'll be right after Mr. Castillo.
Good evening, everyone. I had a lowrider too. He's 75. No applause, please. No applause. I want to thank everybody for being here. And, you know, I'm here to talk about the lights in the Oxnard Boulevard. I sent an email to all of you. Thank you, Bert Perello, for responding, and our director, I think, is Michael. And, you know, I know that those things look ugly. It's been going on for quite a while. And I know that the response that I got from Perello was that a lot of times the public wants instant gratification. And I didn't appreciate that because, you know, we're not stupid, okay? First of all. And the other thing is that if it's gonna cost $1 million to $1.5 million to do this, and what I said at the end is please find the money for it. I know that it's security, and I think that it should be looked into because it's been like that for many years. And with that being said, I also sent another email today about a settlement fund for downtown, which there's $4.7 million sitting somewhere for the downtown, and I think that money should be used for some good thing. I really thank the 311 app. I think it's really good. I really like it. But I think there's some things that we need to be done. And you know what? I'm going to say this. I love every single one of you, but sometimes some of you piss me off. You know, you really do. Because you know what? Supposedly we're doing the right thing and we're respecting. You know what? Let's do something. Honestly, do something because we need to change this. And I'm going to go direct to our mayor. Luis, you're here because you want change, and I hope you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. We'll go now to Alex, and then Alex, you're going to be followed by Vanessa Valdez.
Hello. Some of you may know me. I've been an employee at the library next door for about 8 years. My name is Alex Anand. I'm also a proud member of SEIU 721. I'm a shop steward. And our chapter president already raised the issue of wages and insurance, but there is one other big issue that the council members might not be aware of, which is that our contract does not have a clause guaranteeing binding arbitration. Binding arbitration is a very important component of a functional contract. The purpose of contract language is to make sure that we're not relying on everyone being as awesome as the people in this room and protecting ourselves against future bad actors so that the city and the bargaining unit are not exposed to any liability or mistreatment. As it is now, we have a limited right to arbitration to clear up disputes, but the language in the contract means that that arbitration doesn't actually go anywhere. It still costs the city money to get an arbitrator, but their decision is not binding. So we would just like to have the right to escalate issues as necessary to an impartial arbitrator and to have that result be final and not open the city up to any further litigation. I have a little bit of time left, so I do also want to say unlimited solidarity to the people of Palestine, protect trans kids, get ICE out of Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Vanessa Valdez, and then Vanessa, you're going to be followed by Stephen Auclair.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vanessa Valdez. I'm a lawyer, Chicana lawyer here in Oxnard, the current president of the Latinx Bar Association. However, today I'm here on behalf of VC Defensa. VC Defensa, as many of you have heard, is the team responding to the ICE calls in our community. We are holding Know Your Rights training so that our community is informed and understand their rights and how to protect against these attacks that are coming towards them, terrorizing them, separating their families. VC Defensa has been out there 24/7, making sure our communities and our families are safe. This past week especially was very difficult for our team because we were trying to make sure our schools were safe. We know there were graduations being held, promotions being held, and so we wanted to make sure our families felt safe and they knew that they can count on support at a moment's notice if needed. These are things that we demand the city and our mayor to work with us, other community organizations and other community leaders to really understand what our community needs. It's one thing for our elected officials to go out and protest like they did on Saturday, for example, at 5051 protest when it was already planned months ago. That doesn't let our community know that you stand in solidarity with them. That protest was planned long ago. We need all of you to come out and make sure our community knows that you stand in solidarity with them. We need to make sure that you are going to be here to fight for them, that you are going to make sure that their rights are not violated. On Saturday also, there was an assembly, Saturday night, I'm sure all of you heard, at Staybridge Hotel where ICE has been staying. We were peacefully assembling, and as soon as the crowd started to get large, Oxnard PD sent their units, closed off the streets did not let any more patrol cars come in, and did not let people walk in that were walking to the crowd that was peacefully assembling. That is an egregious constitutional violation of our rights. That's just one example of many I have that I'd like to share with all of you. And those rumors that police is not collaborating with ICE or that they are, I don't think we can confirm either side. So for people to be saying they're not is also not an accurate statement. So I didn't know the police department had a spokesperson that was confirming some of these sightings, so I will contact them. I also wanted to share about our most recent case, which we were contacted yesterday at noon, Juan Ramirez. His family was impacted.
I'm sorry,
That's
Vanessa,
okay.
we're out of time.
One more minute.
No,
This
no,
family
Vanessa,
was
we're-
impacted,
Vanessa,
a U.S. citizen
Vanessa,
that was detained.
Vanessa,
I
please.
wish you would have been as brave and bold.
We're out of time, Vanessa. Everybody's being allowed 3 minutes. Let's please respect that. Vanessa, look, we already shut down the mic. Vanessa, there's somebody else. Vanessa, let's, okay, all right, Vanessa, thank you. Okay. Vanessa,
So ma'am, your
Vanessa,
time has passed. You've had your 3 minutes, and there is no more comment allowed at this point.
thanks, Vanessa. We'll go to Stephen O'Clair, and then Stephen is being followed by Darby Bogus. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to adjust the mic here up a little bit. I want to thank you all, to the city council members who have been so active over the last several months on this issue of immigration in our community, and over the last week especially. As we know, ICE is no longer targeting the worst of the worst, or whatever the latest line is from the administration. We know they are targeting almost at random. They're tackling people in fields, people who are standing on the sidewalk, whatever is required to meet some arbitrary quota set by the president. But we know what's actually happening. The goal is fear. The goal is to put us into a state of shock and awe, just like they did when they invaded Afghanistan and Iraq all those years ago. It's the same concept. It is to hit a community so fast, so often, so frequently that you don't have time to respond. They know that government becomes paralyzed with uncertainty. We saw it at the beginning of the year. Your federal funds were pulled for a flash moment, just to show you what they could do, to paralyze government. That's in their playbook. We know how this plays out. We now know that it's come home, right? 2017, we started planning for that, and here it is. Our school and our children are in fear. Our community is in fear. And so for this council to continue to acknowledge that, as you have been, whether it's the protests last week, over the weekend, out in the streets, on your social media, and wherever you all are talking about this issue because people need to feel seen and know that you're fighting for them. Although I know as a member of public, we don't always see that. I'm sure many of you have been blowing up your phones over the last week on how this city can help, how your voice can be added to that work. And that's important. Because the other goal of fear is to paralyze you all as leaders. Sometimes we don't always acknowledge the fact that that's the point as well. They have arrested a state senator, a U.S. senator, judges, an elected controller of New York, to put fear in you, to say we will crush a city like Oxnard. Watch what we can do. And the city responded, and that's why I want to thank the rapid response networks that have grown over the years, whether it's 805 Immigrant, 805 Undocufund, VC Defensa, and all of their community volunteers that power that outlet. I also want to thank this city council for your rapid response, and I hope you continue to do that, including the city government, to respond to misinformation that's out there and reassure the public when you see it. When there are claims that are flat out deniable and verifiably wrong, call it out, name it, so the community has confidence in the city as they have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Darby, and then Darby, you're going to be followed by Tony Sanchez.
Hi, my name is Darby, and I am here with our community. For the ones of us who are being taken from their homes, from their families, from us, this community, and the people that they have continuously taken care of. VC Defensa and other immigration justice organizations are full of volunteers coming together to protect our community. Long days and nights spent working for the sheer love of the people around them. And what are the people who are getting paid to represent us doing? How are you protecting the people you work for? How are you protecting your neighbors, your family, your community? We demand that the city council and the mayor call an emergency meeting to work with the community and not private entities to pass a resolution that will bring about meaningful change. VC Defensa has published on their website and a social media petition for a community to sign in support of this resolution. It's time for Oxnard to act, to protect, not to persecute, to defend, not to detain. We are not here to ask for favors. We are here to demand justice. For justice delayed is justice denied. And we say to you, the time for justice is now. The time for courage is now. The time for the city to stand tall is now. We cannot wait any longer. Now, let us be the city that chooses hope over fear. Let us be the city that chooses justice over complicity. Let us be the city that chooses to protect its people. The eyes of this community are upon you. The eyes of history are upon you. Do not fail us again. And I wanted to say thank you to Senator Lalone and Congresswoman Julia Brownlee really quickly. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Mr. Tony Sanchez? Mr. Tony Sanchez, if not here, we'll go to Christian Munoz. Yeah? Okay. Oh. Okay. We'll come back to them. We'll go to, oh, yes, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'd like to know if I could,
This is Christian? Is it Christian
Yeah,
Munoz? Okay,
yeah.
go ahead, Christian.
Just give me a second here. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me put it in, make sure I can read what I wrote here. All right, good evening, Oxnard City Council, Mayor Lisa MacArthur, and more importantly, all the concerned citizens who are standing up for our neighbors that are unfortunately being targeted by this inhumane administration. I apologize for my voice. I was up pretty late on Saturday, as many of our community members were. My name is Cristian, VC Defensa, a grassroots network who's dedicated ourselves to protect our community against daytime kidnappings. The last time I addressed this council, I, along with countless others, warned this council of the imminent danger that ICE posed on our constituents, but that was to no avail. Nothing was done. Last week, I witnessed one of the many ICE apprehensions that can better be described as a kidnapping of two working individuals in our fields. And while we've all seen these kidnappings on our screens, nothing can truly attest to the horrors I witnessed. Hard-working individuals, up before the sun, not only to put food on their own table, but on ours. And yet, they did not return home. Instead, they're repaid with violence, issued and facilitated by the state. This administration cowers behind the notions of law and order, words that have lost all value, as we are watching our very own neighbors being detained and deported without the opportunity to even see a judge. Let me ask you, who do these violent acts serve? Who truly benefits from these daytime kidnappings? At places of work, at schools, and even hospitals, right here in this very county. I'll provide you with the answer. It serves the ruling class. And I'll leave you with this question. Who do you serve? The people or the ruling class?
Thank you, Christian. We'll move to Elidet Borden. Elidet? Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Elidet, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the community that cannot. Mayor MacArthur, today you led the Pledge of Allegiance, and it ended with justice and liberty for all. Our constitutional rights belong to anyone on U.S. soil, whether they are citizens, visitors, or immigrants. Constitutional, civil, and human rights are being violated by ICE. That's a fact. It is of no secret that our state, our county, and our city are being specifically targeted due to the sanctuary city status that Oxnard has. I met with Oxnard PD today in regards to the illegal sharing of license plates, a bill that has been in place for 10 years, and I did not get an active response. Holding Oxnard PD accountable is not an act of defiance. It is an act of respect to see that you could do better. I've had a relationship with Oxnard PD for 20 years with community events that I've involved in. My concerns are not about the respectable politics people want us to have, such as Manuel Herrera, who said at one point, ICE is just doing their job. Mayor MacArthur, you as a former police officer yourself, you understand more than anyone that qualified immunity has limits. For the people here tonight, qualified immunity does not apply when constitutional rights are violated, including racial profiling and absence of due process. ICE cannot legally detain, deport, and arrest a U.S. citizen, which has already happened here in Oxnard. I will lead with morals. People can lead with morals. We are asking you, City Council, Oxnard PD, to lead with the Constitution, because that is being ignored. And when all this is said and done, we're not going to wait around for an apology and a statement. We're going to take this to court. There's currently a class action lawsuit against ICE in Southern California, and we'll make sure you, Mayor MacArthur, you were a former police officer. You can't pretend to be ignorant of all of this. I need you guys to step up because the community is in danger. Everybody is in danger. Our food source, the people. It is inhumane treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Elidet. We'll go to Amezcua Aguilar, and then followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Someone wasn't here.
Oh, V, sorry. Sorry, V. Go ahead. I missed that. Thank you. I apologize.
No worries. City Council members, my name is V. Amezcua Aguilar. I come before you today not just as a concerned resident of Ventura County, but as a two-spirit, brown person, purepecha, who is deeply alarmed by the violence and fear being inflicted on our residents by ICE. Let me be clear. What ICE is doing is not enforcement. It is abduction. It is oppression. In Oxnard and across Ventura County, we have witnessed what can only be described as horror and again as abductions. You may ask why I use the word. I urge you guys to pull out your phones and watch all the footage out there. See how they take our brothers and sisters with violence without explaining why they're being detained, without informing their families where they're being taken to. Just recently, a local organization reported that a mother was denied the right to see her children. And for those who are mothers, I know you know that feeling, to be separated from your kids. It took time before her attorney could speak to her, an obvious violation of her constitutional rights that should protect all people, citizens or not. I am begging you, our elected city leaders, to do more than remain neutral. I'm asking you to speak loudly and publicly against ICE criminal and dehumanizing tactics. It broke my heart when I saw our own Oxnard Mayor, MacArthur, choose not to stand in solidarity with our regional mayors in Los Angeles to speak about ICE's reckless actions. Let me leave you with my story. On June 10, I joined VC Defensa because I got a call at 5 a.m. from my tia, her voice shaking with panic. ICE was patrolling my childhood neighborhood. More calls came in from my family members, too afraid to leave their homes. I drove out to pick up my relatives just so they could be safe again and feel safe again. Imagine losing your own freedom. Imagine not knowing if your loved ones will return home. I live with that fear every day of my life. Fear for my tia, my tío, and my brother-in-law. And you may be thinking, why should I care? Because today, they came for us, my brown community. But this government, this administration will come for you next. So I say this to you with urgency and love. No more silence. No more deportations. We want ICE out of Oxnard and Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you, V. We'll go to Casey Rodriguez, followed by Kimberly Ramos.
Tonight, I stand here where we all share a common purpose. Do what we believe is right for Oxnard. Tonight, I speak for those who do not have the privilege to join us, those who are afraid to speak. We all see it. We see there is a large group of lossless souls full of hate harming Oxnard and beyond. A group of people who know majority of migrant families are not criminals. That's why they pray at local fields. A group of people who are indeed kidnapping U.S. citizens like New York Comptroller Brad Lander, U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, SEIU President David Huerta. A group of people who realize many migrant people are indeed trying their best to become U.S. citizens the right way. And that's why these terrorists show up at local immigration centers to kidnap. A group of people who are purposely racist towards our Mexican brothers and sisters, and that is why we have not seen one illegal European kidnapped. There are well over 10 million of them in our country, yet not one of them being thrown inside a car. Lastly, what happened to all of the Save the Children and pro-life Bible thumpers? Tonight I heard hypocrisy. It says, "Come to me, children." Do these people not realize small-aged children are being kidnapped? And according to Google, unoccupied minors, some as young as 5 years old, are being forced to represent themselves in U.S. immigration court. These children, often fleeing violence, abuse, or trafficking, are not equipped to navigate the complex legal system, language barriers, trauma, putting them at risk of exploitation, trafficking, and deportation. I guess those people mean only save the children that look like them. Cancel. You know none of this is right. You took an oath to do what's right for Oxnard City, and tonight you can by choosing to arrange a date and time to meet with VC Defensa and discuss and sign our presented policy. Lastly, thank you to VC Defensa and their amazing circles of community heroes showing up every day, all day, to help protect Oxnard citizens and beyond. I end tonight with addressing those listening at home. Please know, those who gather in the streets are standing for you, and we are doing so in a peaceful manner, no matter what the news channels might say. My love and prayers are with you. Remember, people save people, period.
We'll go to Kimberly, and then Kimberly will be followed by Holly. Okay, we'll give Kimberly a few minutes. Is Holly here?
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Holly. I am also with VC Defensa. I actually didn't think I would be able to come tonight, so I didn't prepare anything, but I think I know what I want to say. I've been out doing organizing work with VC Defensa since December of last year. They've actually been preparing for the horror that we've seen since fall of last year before Donald Trump took office. And now that ICE is running as rampant as they are in our communities, nothing actually prepares you to be on the ground watching it. I'm a Californian. I grew up here within are many just vibrant and more than just hardworking Latino communities. I grew up in an unincorporated community. I'm a documentarian who spent time researching with UC Davis and UC Merced about water disparities, infrastructural disparities that very largely disproportionately impact our undocumented communities who do all of the jobs that you guys don't want to do, all the jobs that people would rather turn a blind eye to, and that's not all that they are. They're students, they have bachelor's degrees, they have master's degrees, they have homes, they have children, and their children are being targeted in their schools. How sick is that? Do you guys sleep at night? Because I'm not. And I'm out on the ground with all of these wonderful community volunteers, these working class people who are working around the clock, not just to protect our families who are the backbone, not just of Oxnard or this county, but of this country. But on top of that, they're doing it out of their own pockets. We're all pulling money to do this. They're providing childcare for people who have had family members taken. I mean, I want you guys to ask not just what it means to be a public servant, but to do public service, because we're doing the public service. And I need to see our cities stand up, because this is our community. And like somebody said earlier, all eyes are on California, and we're going to set the precedent for how this will be handled in the future, and it's long from over. And if you think that this isn't gonna affect me, they're not coming after me, just wait. Our senators are being tackled by the FBI for asking questions at press conferences. I mean, I don't, lives in my mind constantly. I'm on call 24/7. So I just want everyone to just sit with that. There's a reason so many people are here tonight. There's a reason people with full-time jobs are spending all of their extra hours trying to protect the people who have no other choice but to either hide at home or risk going to work. We're providing wages for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. We'll go to Corey Morhall. Corey? And then Corey, you're going to be followed by Alexis Schmidt.
Thank you. Good evening, council, mayor, and members of the city. My name is Corey, and I've been in the community for about 4 years now. And Oxnard is one of the most loving and accepting and kindest places I have been. I have lived around the world, I've lived around the country, and I have not felt as warm as a welcome as I have of being in Oxnard. So to see what has been happening recently with these devastating ICE kidnappings is really, really, really upsetting, and it makes me really sad. And it makes me really angry to see how little the local leadership is doing to stop it. Last Tuesday, around this time, there was a protest and a press conference right out front of this building. And the mayor was there and was going to say something and didn't. And that was one of the most devastating things that this whole thing is very upsetting. And to see a group of people coming to their city's leadership, asking for help, and nothing being said, it doesn't seem acceptable. So I'm just here tonight to ask the city to serve and protect the people. You were all elected to do so, and right now the community needs you the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. We'll go to Alexis Schmidt, and Alexis, you're going to be followed by Eduardo Huerta. Thank you, Alexis.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone. So I'm the chair or the vice chair of the East Village Neighborhood Council, and our neighborhood is very racially mixed. And I have heard some confirmed and some rumored reports of people in the neighborhood being arrested by ICE. So, we had an attorney come to our last meeting to talk about it, and I just really support the work that VC Defensa does, because a lot of immigrants don't realize, undocumented people, etc., don't realize that they have rights as well, because Abraham Lincoln did the work to, make sure that everyone in this country, regardless of citizenship status, gets to have the rights of the Constitution, basically. And so the phone number of VC Defensa, where they provide legal help and emergency response teams, is 805-296-1119. I've had to share this with some of my friends because, you don't even realize when people are like immigrants, and it's pretty sad to have people in a constant fight or flight state. So the other day, I was with a pretty small demonstration in downtown Oxnard to show my support for everybody. And this lady showed up and basically harassed us. And she said that she could see that I was hiding my mental illness behind my sunglasses. And so the other thing I wanted to say is that I would like to encourage us all to be more civilized, because that's pretty rude to say. And I also think that, when we get emotional, we can tend to say some pretty rude things on either side of the situation here. It's pretty clear where I stand, which is that I don't support ICE. And what's happening here is it's lawless. Legal people are being arrested and they're straight up just racially profiling people. And I know most of us are doing the work to do what we can to try to protect our community members. And I really hope that you guys care to do that work also. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huerta, and then Ms. Huerta will be followed by Greg Runyon.
Council, how are you guys? What a popular issue, huh? I think the last time we spoke was when we had, I think the city manager brought was it a professor from UCLA and kind of was attacking, not so much attacking our educational system, but kind of highlighting that a lot of our school teachers, obviously that our migrant community was very not educated enough, I guess, as far as, state scores and whatnot. And so what I'm trying to come out to is saying that first is DEI, then it's transgender issues, and then we have a lot of, sidetracks from, obviously politicians and people that are pretty popular in our community. And, it's kind of sad to see that the same people that voted for you guys are those ones that are actually still here, telling you guys to do the right thing. I mean, I'm not sure if we're supporting small business or protecting our friends, but Mayor, you've worked with all these nonprofits when you were a police officer. So, you built relationships with everybody. Gabe, when I sat with you here at Starbucks, this was the main issue with Carmen. Carmen treated me like a migrant and treated me exactly the same way as this community is being treated. It's just a replica of the tactics of, I would say, Ventura County, or just say City Council or Oxnard. I can speak more, but out of respect to law enforcement, Mayor, elder care, a lot of our, I think, parting with the Consulado de Mexico with our senior citizens, these are our grandparents, and it's no game, it's no joke. When I ran for office, there was a reason, and this is the reason. I saw it ahead of time. And you guys decided to obviously stick as a group, as your friends. You guys all know each other. Joanna Olivares, I'll mention her name. She personally told me that I'm a migrant, that I'm just like them. That was the reason why she came and attacked my family. So, so those are things, so this is just a repercussion of bad politics. And, I think you guys deserve to apologize, especially to our law enforcement, because our law enforcement, really does a really great job. They've really come across a long ways from where we started and where we're at today. Mental health has always been a priority. It's a priority now for our citizens, our migrant communities. We have attorneys like Vanessa Valdez. I've worked with her, talked to her about this issue personally. And then, you guys were all together here when you guys took your oath. You guys were at the Knights of Columbus, working with the churches, local churches. What happened here, guys? I mean, who fell asleep? I mean, really? Mayor, was it that you wanted to sit as mayor, that you decided to, play that? I mean, I'm not disrespecting you, but, I have right to speak, right, don't I? I mean, I was disrespected. I mean, Gabe, you went out and made comments outside of your job to distract people to get a vote. I mean, this is the repercussion of it. You know, look at Vianney Lopez. You know, she was endorsed by the governor. Now, you know, he's over here. Thank you.
Thanks, Eduardo. Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Greg Runyon. And Greg, you're going to be followed by Ms. Cynthia Salas.
Good evening, council. And there's a sign right there. It says legalization, not deportation, right? And I was really thinking about what to say because I said one time before, this is a human rights issue. Setting everything else aside, right? It's about treating people in a manner that we'd want to be treated. The Bible talks about, you know, not doing to others you do, but it's treat people the way you'd want to be treated. And there's something to that. But you know what? We can argue politics, but you know what we need to argue? How do we keep people safe? And not just how do we keep them safe from ICE and that, but how do we keep them here? I'd really like to see you as a council start pushing people for immigration reform. You can do that. We can start talking about people that are productive, people that are doing things. Let's keep them here and let's put our energy into keeping them instead of trying to keep them out. Because somebody talked about, you know, the European and the Hispanic and this, that, or the other thing. It is really crazy that you take people that are working really hard and they made a mistake, if you want to call getting in the country illegally that. I'm a convicted felon many times over. And I'm here. I had a chance to change my life. I had a chance to take one thing and turn it into something else. And whether you are Republican or Democrat, we got to get out of this idea that we're stuck in a silo of, well, because you can, you should. No, we have to figure out a way to keep good people here. And you all can do that. You may not want to go so far as to say certain things, but you know what? You can all make a stand. You could all tonight sit there and say, hold it. You know what? We want to push for immigration reform. We want to push so that our neighbors here that are working so hard, how can we get them a visa so they don't get deported? Hey, we can take ICE so they don't have to work so hard. Let's keep our residents here. I'm going to take an unpopular position here. I do think people that come and commit violent crimes and do things like that, yeah. But to take people that are working hard and are working harder than I work, that's not fair. And I'd really like to see you guys take leadership in standing up and saying, you know what, this isn't a partisan issue. This is a people issue, and we need to get immigration reform so we can keep the good people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. We'll go to Ms. Cynthia Salas, and then J.R. Ruiz will follow Cynthia.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, community. I'm an elected official myself. I'm a school board member, but I'm not here representing my school board. I'm here representing myself. But I'm here to urge you that we clarify how our police department is going to work with our community, because I just had a meeting with our education community, and we're concerned about the safety of our children in schools. Last week alone, just in this county, 47 people were taken. That means children were lost at least one or two parents. Where are the resources to support these families? Where are they going to get the food that they need to support their kids? And we had this conversation. Perception is reality, right? Whether there's statements of solidarity from law enforcement, where there's pictures that exist on social media, perception is reality. And if the community believes that law enforcement is collaborating with ICE, then that's their reality, that's their fear. And that causes a triple problem across our county. And I will tell you that my priority, my first responsibility is to keep those kids safe. And if I can't have a clear line of where law enforcement lies in protecting our community when ICE is in the vicinity, then we're going to have a different conversation about how law enforcement resides in our school systems. Because my priority is to keep those kids safe, and we have to talk about what happens to them when they leave the school to go home and vice versa when they come back the next day. So I urge you that we come together, talk about what resources we can put together, how we can support the families that have been impacted, because whether people like it or not, these are children, and they didn't choose to live through the decisions that grown adults made. Whether it's because of racism, whether it's because of many other issues that people have in this country right now. My voice right now is for every child in our school district. And I need to know where our law enforcement lies in protecting the children in our school systems as well as the residents. And no disrespect to the law enforcement here, I'm sure the majority of law enforcement went through either Oxnard School District, Wainimi Elementary, or Rio. They're from our community. But when the community sees you as a polarizing force, that trust is broken. So I would like clarity on that. I would like to see ordinance come out to get specific instructions of what our law enforcement is supposed to do in protecting our residents. Because again, perception is reality. Regardless of what you have said, regardless of what facts are on the table, if the community believes something to be true, that will be their truth and that will be their fear or their comfort, and that is up to you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Cynthia. We'll go to J.R. Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was back in front of the Supreme Court again. Well, with my experience as kind of a legal scholar, I'm here for the community, and I hope that you guys do something for the community. So I've had cases against UCIS in the federal court, and I prevailed against UCIS. And basically, the advice that I want to give to the community, I'm going to say it in English and in Spanish, is that technically we're all Americans. I fought this in federal court against UCIS, and I prevailed. So the judge asked me one time, why'd you say you're American? You know, I had already did my N-400, but I hadn't gotten sworn in, so I still was a permanent resident. So I told him, look, when I went to school in the U.S. The teachers worked for the U.S. government, right? Right. So the teachers taught me everybody in Africa were Africans, everybody in Europe, Europeans, everybody in Asia were Asians, everybody in North, Central, and South America are Americans. And legally, you can say American even though you're not a U.S. citizen, just don't say U.S. citizen, and you won't be legally in trouble with the courts. And the agent cannot ask you anything else, and then if they continue to ask you, you plead the fifth. So basically, the courts ruled in my favor, and the agent was, no, he's not American, and the judge, no, he's American, let him through, because the judge told me, I never thought about it like that, but you're right, legally, you're correct. So basically, I'd like to say that in Spanish for the community, if it helps, because I do live at the border, and I deal with UCIS all the time, and they're not really all out there to get you. They kind of want to help you, but the Green Department, they're federal police officers, and that's their duty. But anyway, so, lo voy a decir en español. Yo peleé un caso contra la UCIS y en la Corte Federal, y el juez determinó que sí, yo estaba correcto, que todos somos americanos. En la escuela me enseñaron que la gente de África, todos eran africanos, la de Europa son europeos, y los de Estados Unidos, digo de América, todos, norte, sur, centro, sur, América, somos americanos. So usted le puede decir American al inmigrante, pero luego haga su quinta enmienda, ya no hable nada. Y la Corte ha decidido que eso es legal, porque es correcto bajo la ley. Pero si ocupan una información de alguien, se puede llamar a 1-800-INFOPASS, 1-800-INFOPASS, and they will give you information on what's going on. That's a line that I learned to deal with, and they take care of stuff for you like this. So I just want to help the community. But also, I want to ask you guys, why don't you guys go get an RO, a restraining order against ICE? And as city officials, you got to fight for the people. Remember, this industry gave $200 billion in profit taxes last year alone, according to the last mayor, to the community. So it's going to hit the pocketbook if you guys don't. Another thing is I want to say I'm part of the union. And if these guys are hitting us like Trump, boycott their businesses. Start boycotts. Don't spend your money. Fight back. La Unión de la Fuerza, I'm a Teamster. We took out Kennedy, so we can take out Trump. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Robert O'Clair. Robert? Is he here? Okay. No. Madam Clerk, I think that was the last speaker. Are there any virtual speakers?
Mayor and council members, we
Oh,
do
yes,
not.
I'm sorry, I see Robert, he's coming up. Oh, thank you, okay. Thank you so much.
After we're done, can we have like a break?
Hello, everybody.
I'm sorry, Robert, go ahead.
My time started. Basically, what a lot of people have already said what I'd want to say. So I don't want to parrot anyone else's comments or just create more noise. But we're like in a moment right now that's pretty unique for our area. And Los Angeles is really one of the big center points of this. And then right next to that is us. Yeah. We're at the center of this thing. It's not even like, I think it's barely a week since the ICE detaining happened last week. And I really want to speak, I guess, more to the city of Oxnard. I know you have people that watch this, people that listen, people that are in the room right now. Trump only has 3.5 years. That's a fact. Only has 3.5 years left. Who knows, because of how flip-flop he is, how long he's going to keep up these ICE detention sweeps that he's been doing, and how much of this is just some PR stunt to distract us from some more embarrassing news. But my point is, the repercussions that ICE is doing to this community specifically is devastating and can be felt for decades. Decades. It affects entire families, it affects businesses, it affects our economy, and our tax money goes to pay for forces like ICE. And it pays for their hotel rooms, and it pays for their rental cars, and it pays for their lunch stipends. Our tax money. And we have an opportunity to make a statement, to do something that can send a message to the rest of the communities across the country, because it's not just Oxnard that will be targeted eventually if it doesn't stop. It's not like we're the only place that has Latinos here. We're not the only place that has Mexican immigrants. That's just a fact. So eventually, more red states are going to start getting a little bit more. They're going to just copy. They're setting the blueprint in Oxnard. And how we react will be the blueprint for how the others will react. And that gives us more power than I think a lot of people are realizing, because we are in that moment. And Trump's legacy after all this will be a legacy of protests and civil unrests and wasting tax dollars, burning cities. That's his legacy. That's not Democrats. That's not commies. That's not Marxists or leftists. That's Trump's legacy. No other president has ever had that much civil unrest in both terms. The only one I can think of is James Buchanan. James Buchanan, a lot of people aren't going to know because he's the lowest ranked president ever, because he is the one who let our country fall into civil war. So don't let anyone tell you that this is just some leftist conspiracy or some commie plot. It's facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. We have Nadine that just signed up. Nadine? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone and council. I'm here as a volunteer with VC Defensa, and first I want to say that I believe all families should stay together and that no one is illegal on stolen land. Secondly, I want to bring to your attention that on June 8th, the city of Glendale announced their decision to terminate their ICE detainee contract, and I urge the city of Oxnard to do so as well. To continue building trust with your community, I urge you to sit with us, volunteers working for immigrant rights, because all families need to stay together. Secondly, I want to remind you of California Senate Bill 54, SB 54, which prohibits local law enforcement from using resources for immigration enforcement. SB 54, known as the California Values Act, was signed into law in 2017. It limits how local and state law enforcement in California can interact with federal immigration authorities such as ICE. The core purpose is to separate local policing from federal immigration enforcement to ensure that immigrant communities feel safe and that actual crimes can be reported. As mentioned earlier, there are tactics that have been used in our county where the ICE have been abducting people right outside of their immigration court hearings and also outside of their workplaces, including the fields. And this is
terrible. Why should someone be hunted? Okay, slavery has ended. This should not be allowed in 2025. Okay, we should not be letting ICE agents attack people in their places of work. That people should be allowed to work freely in this country. Okay, immigration is a broad issue that has been an issue for quite some time, but I do believe that you should uphold the sanctuary city status and let immigrants to continue to work here and be with their families. I do ask that families stay together and that you meet with all the immigration attorneys here to come and actually work towards real change. We can be an example city for the rest of the country. You can do better for your people. You can do better for your taxpayers, and you can make real change beginning here in Oxnard. Think about how you can do better, not for just the current climate, but for the future. We all depend on immigrants, and we were all once immigrants. I mean, I come from a farm worker family also, maybe not here in the city of Oxnard, but also farm worker family. We do what we can to survive, and I believe all families should stay together. And I also believe that the Constitution as written applies to all individuals regardless of their current immigration status. And so to see how people are not being given due process is sickening. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. We'll go to Bev. And then Bev, you're going to be followed by Claudia Magallon. And this is Ms. Bev Dransfeld. Yeah. Sorry, Bev, go ahead.
Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem, Tehran, and council members, you have a very difficult job. I understand that. And I thank you for those of you who have the courage to be in these positions, and for the voice that you can utilize. So many of us right now are asking, what can we do? Even in some positions, I'm here today as a resident or as an individual, but even when it comes to positions in rec and parks or special districts, water boards, it's like, what, in these different entities of government, everyone's trying to find a way. And I think the most powerful thing that we can do is to come together, to work across all of these agencies, to be on a united front. I think that there is a power of people. It doesn't require force, it doesn't necessitate violence, and it's fueled off of peace, solidarity, and one another. There needs to be a stop to feeding into the narrative, to start sharing real stories, spreading the truth, and spreading humanity. This is not us versus them. That's what the administration wants you to believe. The administration understands that every fracture weakens a group because united America is unstoppable. The resilience of immigrants and indigenous people is what makes America resilient. I am proud to be an American, but a real American that defends every person's right to freedom, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, the Constitution, and democracy. I am proud to be the daughter of a mother that sacrificed her own life to give me a better one. We all have a voice, and it matters. We all matter. Don't let anyone take that away from you. Don't let their actions take away your goodness. We have to stop focusing on the negative or the negative narratives and realize that people are coming together peacefully, that they're advocating for their communities. And while it's so hard to find the silver lining throughout all of this trauma, throughout all of this terror, what we can hope and push for is immigration reform that has not happened in 40 years. And that is something that is going to take all of us. And as electeds, I think that is where we can make a difference, is working with one another and working with Congresswoman Julia Brownlee and seeing what can we do, and especially having it be happening here in the city of Oxnard. Your power and your voice is that much more because you can speak to what's happening, these real life experiences. And I keep trying to think, what else can we do? And it's supporting resources. It's supporting these organizations that are on the ground doing the work. Friends of Field Workers, MyCop, Cause, 805, and DocuFund, VC Defensa. There are so many different organizations doing the good work, and lifting them up, I think, is at least one small way that we can support.
Thank you, Claudia, very much. We'll go to Imelda.
She was not Claudia, that was Bev.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bev. I'm looking at the wrong one. We'll go to Claudia, and then we'll go to Imelda Chavarria.
Good evening. While I was sitting there, I was thinking if I should stand up and speak up for the ones that do not have a voice right now. I have been a resident of the city of Oxnard for the last 27 years. The last 27 years, I have been working in the agricultural industry. Agricultural industry is really a strong bone of the community right here. It is really sad, the situation that we're having right now in our workplaces, because our people are in fear. Our essential workers are in fear of going to work, are in fear of their children being left behind. So we would like to ask you for the support, because whenever we have fires, they're still picking berries, right? We have food at our homes, at our tables. We have our salad, we have our chicken, we have people taking care of the cows and giving us milk and cheese. And a lot of people need a path to citizenship, and it is hard. So as a community, we should come together and protect our essential workers, protect their children. They are the future in our community. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Claudia. He vivido en el condado de Ventura, en la ciudad de Oxnard, por los últimos 27 años. He trabajado en la industria de la agricultura desde mis 18 años hasta ahorita, y vengo a dejarles saber un poquito de lo que está pasando allá afuera en nuestros lugares de trabajo, porque la gente en los campos, la gente en los empaques, la gente en muchos lugares ahorita está temerosa de la situación que están viviendo, de si van a estar aquí o no, de si los van a separar de sus hijos o no. Nuestros trabajadores esenciales, cuando están los incendios, están levantando las fresas para nosotros, para que nosotros tengamos comida en nuestras mesas. Están levantando lechugas, jitomates, todo lo que nosotros necesitamos. Tenemos pollo, leche, carne en nuestra casa gracias a estos trabajadores. O es tiempo que nos unamos como una comunidad y hagamos lo correcto. Esta es la tierra de libertad y ahorita no está representando lo que es. This is the land of the free, and at this moment, our country is not representing what it is. So it is time maybe to work together and work with consciousness, trabajar con conciencia por los más reprimidos y por los que gracias a ellos tenemos comida en nuestras casas. No mordamos la mano de quien nos da de comer. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. We'll go to Imelda Chavarria.
Hello,
Imelda.
and it's Imelda Chavira.
I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. I wasn't going to speak. I came to support the community and everybody else that I know that is here speaking, and whoever I don't know as well. However, I became very inspired, and even though I didn't write anything down because obviously I wasn't going to speak, I have something that I wrote down and I am going to read to all of you. I support first of all, I was born in Mexico and I am an immigrant. I did become a citizen when I turned 20, so when I walk out of here, please do not stop me. I support humanity. I support human rights that honor every soul. I believe love is love and love is for all. Hate does not make America great. Immigrants are the heart of this nation, and not everything legal is just. The law is not always the compass of morality. Slavery was legal, colonization was legal, borders, cages, and bans were legal. Legality is not that measure of what's right. My conscience and your conscience should come first. Love guides more than any code, and I hope that you take care of us. us who live here in Oxnard, because it's not right what is happening with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavarria. We'll go to our last speaker, and then I'll call the ones that didn't show. Adriana Quesada.
Hi guys, good
Hi,
afternoon.
good afternoon.
I wasn't gonna come and speak, but I got the courage to. And I used to work at a truck stop here in Oxnard named Mac Valley Oil for 2 years. Every day I saw those field workers, ranchers, farmers walk in as I worked the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift. I saw them work every single day, Monday through Saturday, sometimes Monday through Sunday. Every single day they were there working their butts off, whether they were tired, whether they didn't want to be there, they were there to feed our community, to work for our community, and they were so proud. I am proud to be American, but I want to be proud with those who support our people. I've grown up playing soccer with the whole Latin community here in Oxnard, and it is beautiful to grow up around. It devastates me to see these field workers being taken away from their jobs, being scared to go out there. The workers from Laguna Farms, the ranchers from Laguna Farms, I would talk to them every single day, say good morning to them, all the time, échale ganas, mija, go to school, work hard, because I wasn't able to, go to school for myself, so I'm giving my kids that future now. Even if I don't want to be here, they say I'm here every single day. And it really does break me to see that those are the people who are being targeted specifically. It is so sad to see. Those people are there Monday through Sunday from 4 in the morning probably till 5 p.m. At Mac Valley Oil, they stop there. They stop there probably like 2 to 3 times a day at least, and it's empty. It's empty and it's sad. And the community there, they love to be there. They want to be there to support each other. And we have these barbecues and everybody's there, all our Latin community, and I want them to continue to enjoy those celebrations that we have for them. I want them to continue to be able to show wow, be able to take their kids to soccer practice, watch their soccer games here in Oxnard College, be able to take them to tournaments, give them the opportunity to go out and travel everywhere in California. I'm so glad that my dad was able to be blessed with that opportunity to take me out and travel and be around in California. I just really hope that you guys are, fighting for them and continue to at least try to go to more measures to protect them, because these people are really proud to be American. They really are. And even though, the Trump administration may not call them American, they are proud. They are proud to be here. They are proud to be serving our city and our country. Even though they're not working for the military, they definitely are serving our country. So I just want to show them all the love, and just want to say that I'm really proud of our agricultural, community. You guys play a really big part in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ariana. We'll go to Crystal.
Hello, good evening. I'm not a public speaker, so don't mind my stutter, but I do want to make it known that I work for the city of Oxnard, and it hurts them. This administration is attacking my family. They came here to give me a better life, and
Okay, Crystal, go ahead.
And I just don't think that it's fair that they're targeting the working class if all they're doing is just going to work to provide for their family. They kidnapped my uncle last week, and we don't know where he is. We don't know if he's safe. We don't know if he's getting any water or any food. And the fact that I have to wake up every day to come to work here at the city of Oxnard and having that constant thought and fear that my family might get taken away. It's not fair. It's not something that I ever thought I would ever experience. Like, it's 2025. I don't understand where or how everything went wrong. I don't understand how some people don't see that this is cruel, it's inhumane, and it's just not fair that I have to be working here every day, showing up, trying to hold that fear and suppress it while I'm working because I have to focus on whatever I'm doing. But no, I'm not, because I'm constantly thinking, I'm constantly checking up on my family, seeing where they're at, seeing if they're okay. It's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
Mayor, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would it be,
Yeah, well, there's two people that were not here when I called them up. This is Kimberly Ramos. Is Kimberly here? And there was one other, Tony Sanchez. Okay. Yes, Councilmember, so go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, would it be okay if we took a minor recess? We've been doing this since 4:30.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no opposition. I know some of us, we've had closed session since 4 o'clock today, so we will take a 5-minute recess with no objection. We'll resume after 5 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes, yes, yeah. Thanks, everyone, for allowing us to take that short recess. And we'll resume. We're on item G. This is the report from the city manager, but he indicated he doesn't have a whole lot. But go ahead, city manager.
Yes,
Nonetheless.
I do want to make a couple of comments,
Okay.
even though most everyone has vacated the room. Just to clarify, all of California currently is considered sanctuary, and as such, our police department does not have any collaboration with ICE. We also don't have a contract with them for prisoner holding or anything like that. So I just want to be very, very clear about that. And that'll be my only statement for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nguyen. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item H. At this time, any member of council can make a report. We'll start to my left with Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor, for the recognition. I first want to just preface that I have a lot to say tonight, so thank you for yielding the opportunity to give me the opportunity to speak. I want the community to know that as a council member, I hear the frustration, the pain, the anger that many community members are feeling. And I want to ensure that, I know there was a lot of sentiment out there regarding where we stand, or I can't speak for others on where they stand, but I know clearly where I stand on this issue. And I stand firmly against these actions, and I stand with the community in solidarity with all individuals and families impacted by family separation, intimidation, and deportation. Every person, regardless of their immigration status, deserves to feel safe and welcomed in our city. As a council member, not just for District 6, but for the entire city, and a long life member of this community, I know what I was elected to do, and I know I was elected to serve with a commitment to justice, human dignity, and fairness. And I hold that responsibility very seriously and with deep purpose. What we are witnessing is not only a local issue, it's a state and national crisis, as we've heard tonight. And while ICE raids are not something new, the scale and aggression of current actions in our community reflect a political climate that is actively hostile to immigrant communities, not just in Oxnard, but across the nation. We must be clear that this escalation is directly tied to the policies and rhetoric from the current White House administration. And it's critical that our community be informed, organized, and prepared, whether it's know your rights, education, family preparedness plans, and rapid response systems are essential to all aspects of our community. And much of this work is already happening, whether it's quietly, daily. I want to give gratitude to the tireless efforts of the local organizers, rapid response networks, local legal advocates, and direct service providers. These are the people that are doing the work to keep our community safe. This isn't just a moment to take photo opportunities. This is about real lives and real risks in our community. I recognize that many of us are working behind the scenes for safety precautions. As we've seen, many of our elected leaders are being killed in this country for taking a stance and for going out and advocating for our communities all throughout this country. As somebody whose family has experienced the pain of unjust deportation, my grandfather, a U.S. citizen, was deported as a child under the 1930s Repatriation Act. I understand the generational harm that these actions cause. I carry that history with me here on the dais, and it fuels my commitment. To those that are feeling feelings of anger, are in tears tonight, or just living in uncertainty, know that you're not alone. I stand with you. Now more than ever, we must lean into our collective power. We know that community is what keeps us safe. I'm grateful for every community member, advocate, and organization showing up with courage and care, offering financial assistance, legal aid, and emotional support to those impacted. While I serve in this capacity as a city council member, I too experience and understand the ramification and impacts as my grandparents and family members pick in the fields, and understand and remain committed to doing all that I can within the city's purview to support rapid release efforts, amplifying community-led initiatives, and upholding what is within our purview as a city. I also want to be very clear that we have so many trusted messengers in our community, and it's important that our community understand the credibility of sources, where information is being put out, looking at the accuracy of that information, because we may not know what fear we are continuing to evoke when we provide misinformation to our community. So I want to share that call to action that all of our community members who are leading, organizing, that they too are trusted messengers and sources for our community that are relying on them to also provide that level of accuracy. I also wanted to thank our city staff for providing Know Your Rights on our website. I highly encourage those that are being impacted directly to call our rapid response number that is listed on that website and to digest all of the resources and to share that information with those who may not be present today. So thank you, Mayor, for giving me that opportunity to share such a long statement tonight. I know that many of my community members that are in District 6 and across the city are here to express their concerns, and I'm grateful that we give them that space to be able to share those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Ms. Perrello, go ahead.
First off, I'd like to thank every speaker, all of them, that spoke tonight. It takes a lot to come to the podium and speak. I know that from experience when first time I ever came to that podium and spoke. I would like to also remind people, whatever your political views, whatever they are, your vote matters, and elections have consequences. We're experiencing that right now. I did not vote for the president, but the elections have consequences. With respect to the separation of families, terrible. The fix, I'm not an individual that can have a fix. My most recent experience was with Mr. Castillo, asked some questions of me. And in the questions he asked, I gave him an answer. But I wished he would have finished it by thanking the city clerk, who I gave his concerns to the clerk, and she responded to him how to get a public records request. The last thing, and again, thank the city clerk for doing her job. The second to last thing, I appreciate our police department and all they're doing to protect every individual in this city. They don't ask your immigration status. They protect every individual in this city. I believe that's what this entire council and staff is doing. The last question is a little different and unique. I had an opportunity to watch the Finance and Governance Committee this last meeting that they had, and there was a question and a concern about individuals that have retired from the city and possibly come back to work for the city, and how does that work? And the three members on the committee seemed to agree that, well, we could talk about that offline and get answers. I'm requesting it as a council member right now, that whatever that information is that comes off how the processes work be shared with every 7 members that sits on this body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perrello. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I also would like to thank all of the speakers who came this evening. I feel like I'm prefacing many of my comments these days with this, but I also want to be mindful of those who would like to speak but don't feel safe coming to a public forum to do so. And let's remember that their voices also exist, and they are able to be conveyed through our voices in speaking up for all of them. So I just want to remind myself and the community of that. A couple quick notes here. I want to start, I didn't know if I want to do this first or last, I'll do it first, but there was a phone number shared on how to report immigrants. I'd like to share a phone number on where to report ICE. So you can report and stay informed on ICE activities through the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Hotline. The phone number is 805-870-8255. 8855. Again, that's 805-870-8855. You can actually text that number, and that you will get updates on activities and to be aware of what's happening in our community. And that actually is for Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo County. So please feel free to share that widely in the Tri-County area and the Central Coast. I have to commend Councilwoman Perez and Councilmember Perello in their comments. I'll just add that people in our community, our neighbors, our family members, our coworkers, and people who are family and loved ones to our neighbors, our family members, our coworkers, they're being targeted, they're being terrorized, they're having to live in fear. And go to the grocery store, go to the bank, go anywhere in a public setting, and you might notice a significant decrease in foot traffic and people out and about than there was just a couple weeks ago. And even look at that 6 months ago and a year ago. What was telling for me was on Wednesday morning of last week when I had the privilege to walk my kids to school, and we walk on a routine, get there almost every day around the same time. And you get used to seeing the same parents dropping everybody off in the same time, say good morning. You get used to the traffic, that's why we walk, so we don't have to fight the traffic. And it was telling to me the ghost town that was outside of my kids' school just 10 minutes before school started. And speaking with the principal, there were a number of parents who had pulled their kids from school the afternoon before. And just looking at the attendance that morning for drop-off, it was likely going to be a high absence day, as it has been since that day. There are ripple effects and consequences to these federal actions. When kids don't go to school, there's a lower average daily attendance, which calculates into the funding that our schools get. Our schools are going to be less funded when kids don't go to school because parents don't feel safe sending them. When people don't go to work, there is an effect on our economy locally. That is going to show up in ways that we cannot imagine as time goes on here. I don't understand in my Capricorn brain how this is supposed to help things or make America great in some semblance of greatness. So I appreciate the people who came out and spoke. To follow up on something, I believe a number of meetings ago, direction was given to staff to explore this possibility of supporting community-based organizations who provide services for the community on knowing their rights, access to immigration attorneys, and other support services. I'm asking if we can get an update on that on a future agenda. I'm hoping that might be something we can fit in prior to the August legislative recess. All right, last notes here. The River Park Neighborhood Council had their meeting last week. They had their election and had their executive board elected, and congratulations to all of them. I see the chair and a few of their executive board members are here this evening as well for other items. So congratulations to all of them. Carriage Square also had an election, and they have almost a whole new executive board. And so congratulations to all of them as well. I look forward to working with all of them. And then I also attended the Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council, and that was on the same night as River Park, so that was an interesting evening, but I'm glad I got to go to both of them. And in closing, just regarding the lowriders proclamation we had earlier, I grew up around lowriders. My uncles have been very involved in the community, and there are folks who they have known since they were kids who've also grown with them in the community. It was great to see them all up here as well. And I saw one of my cousins in the audience too, and one of my cousins was up here also. That's just how things are intertwined. They just showed up. Good for them. And I loved it, but I also appreciate what they represent and how that is a story that's embedded in the culture of Oxnard. And it was here highlighted. When they approached and asked if it's something I'd be interested in spearheading or helping them with, that was a no-brainer. Absolutely. We should be recognizing and highlighting that amazing community that we have. And I want to thank Mr. Robles for also extending that to all car enthusiasts, even those who don't have lowriders. And I just love cars. I love the engineering behind them. I'm a car enthusiast, but that must include me who prefers import cars as well. But you know, I like being included in that also. So anyways, thank you again to my colleagues for having this be highlighted this evening. So thank you again, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll move to my right, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to acknowledge all the speakers, and I also want to acknowledge our union and our employees here at the City of Oxnard that took their time to come and speak to us. So I want to acknowledge them, let them know that I personally heard them. And also, there is a young lady that spoke today, Ari Quesada. She's right there. And I just want to let you know how proud I am of you. I've had the privilege of seeing that young woman, because you are young, grow up through my interactions with the soccer community. And I could not be more proud of you. And I am sure your dad is extremely proud of you, and you are definitely a role model for your sisters. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for your words today. I have been out of the country for the past 10, 11 days. I had a trip planned, and I was being informed of what was happening back home. I had very limited access to the internet, but I did my best to keep in touch with the community. I am sad, I am heartbroken with what's happening. I wish that I had the words and I was able to tell everybody that everything is going to be okay. I've always have taken pride in being extremely transparent with the community, and these are very, very scary times that we're living. Times that I have to admit I never thought I would live through. I believe that, and I've taught, that our job here, at least in this earth, is to take care of one another. And this is the time where we get to take care of the most vulnerable community here in Oxnard and throughout. Our compassion that we show during these times, our voice that we need in order to speak for what's right, is probably the only thing that we have at this point. I hate to say this, but it probably will get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. But it doesn't mean that we need to stop fighting for what's just. And it doesn't mean that we need to not take care of one another. So I stand with my community during these hard times. When this first started, I had asked the community to do acts of kindness. And this is where we all need to start now. Whether it is taking somebody to school, picking up a meal, doing grocery shopping, we all have the ability to help one another. And I ask my community that in this time of need, that we come together, we support each other, we embrace each other, and we continue to speak for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
I also want to thank all of the speakers. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate Councilmember Basua for 25 years of happy marriage and your wonderful trip that you had. So congratulations on that. I'm looking forward to 25 years at some point in the future, but it's a long way off. I'll start off by talking about some of my activities in the neighborhoods. So I did attend the Rio Lindo neighborhood meeting. Public Works was in attendance. And we had associate engineers Miguel Guillen and Jose Rivera, who did an excellent job of representing the city. And they were able to give the neighborhood the good news that speed bumps will be coming soon to St. Mary's Drive. We had an issue with a local park on Indio Street where there was a really poor paint job on one of the pergolas, on the pergola that's there. And Anthony Miller took care of that. He went in and responded right away and said, no, that's not, he said, that's not satisfactory, and he fixed it. So I really appreciate that. Kind of as a side note, I think all the council members, maybe not just me, but I assume all the council members received a letter from the grand jury concerning pavement conditions, and I assume that staff will be reviewing that and proposing a response at some point in the future. I want to thank Michael Wolf and his team for the tour of the DeSalter facility on South Hayes Avenue. It's just really amazing the type of work that our people are doing there, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Sometimes a little bit of deferred maintenance with some of the infrastructure, but we're navigating that. I'd like to do a shout out to a person here who's in the room. I attended a neighborhood watch meeting hosted by Heather Schmidt, and she's doing a great job of putting that together. And we had a discussion on various concerns about neighborhood crime. And out of that conversation came a discussion on people who are parking improperly on North Lombard Street. Apparently people are parking parallel, they're parking perpendicular, they're parking at angle, and it's just kind of chaos there. And I was very happy to learn that staff is actually already has this on their radar, and hopefully we'll fix that. Also, the neighborhood watch folks were very interested in getting regular crime updates. And I'm very happy to report that our new Assistant Police Chief, Rocky Marquez, responded. He was actually able to provide us with links on the website where you can get up-to-date Oxnard Police Department call logs and interactive community crime maps pretty much on demand. So I would like to see that more prominent somewhere on the website so people can actually see that. And then I do have a couple of things that I do want to bring up. In the past, I've been pretty critical. I was pretty critical of the previous council over an issue that I think we're going to be facing again, and I want to propose a solution. So I had criticized council members for accepting a gift of a Dallas Cowboys shirt. And we have something in our ordinances that specifically say that no elected city official or member of the planning commission may receive any gift from any person or entity that contracts or seeking a contract with the city. And it's still a gift even if you give it away after you wear it. So I was asked, well, what size shirt do I wear? You know, because we had this event coming up in July. And I said, I can't possibly accept the shirt. It would be a gift. And I don't think our ordinance allows for that. But I do think there's a way around this. I can offer one of two solutions. Number one, if we must wear the Dallas Cowboys shirt for this event, I'm prepared to buy my own shirt. And that way there's no issue with that. Another option, and I hope you'll actually consider this, is since we're representing the city of Oxnard, I would have no problem if the city of Oxnard were to provide us with shirts that promoted the city of Oxnard. Because we're there really to promote the city, not just the Dallas Cowboys. So that's my hope that we'll consider that approach. And then moving on to what seems to be the big issue in the room. I think a lot of people think they can read my thoughts by just looking at my face. I had one person who said that I was blinking too much, and therefore that must mean something. And she has no idea. My grandparents came from Poland or Russia, depending on where the boundaries were that year. And they basically escaped, an era of Tsarist Russia. Eventually worked their way into the United States in the 1920s. And we had an extended family back then in Europe. And as you can imagine, many of them perished during the 40s because of our religion. But we came here and made a life for ourselves. And we had a productive life. And I think that, candidly, it was easier to come to this country back then. We didn't have all the impediments the legal impediments to coming here. People who come here who want to be productive should be able to come here. It makes this a better society. It's a melting pot, and we need that. And from my perspective, as you know, I'm really focused on Oxnard. I almost never talk about state or national issues because they frustrate the heck out of me, because there's nothing I can do about them. But if you're interested, you know that I'm a limited government sort of guy. I think that federal and state governments here routinely violate the Constitution. I think our federal government routinely violates the Constitution. And when I look at this, when I look at Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, it spells out what Congress can do. And it's limited to that, and maybe whatever laws are necessary to carry out those duties. But one of the functions, one of the tasks given to Congress is to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. Naturalization. Notice that there's no mention of immigration. Personally, I'm not a constitutional scholar, and I imagine the courts will disagree with me on this. But I don't think that the national government has the authority to keep people from coming to this country. I don't think ICE is a legitimate body if my interpretation of the Constitution is correct. So that's where I'm coming from. And so that might surprise some people, but I think that immigrants have a lot to contribute to this country. I think we need more immigrants rather than fewer. And I wish there was something that we could do about this, but I don't think we can do anything about what state law does or what the feds do. I don't think Trump is waiting for us to come up with some sort of pronouncement and say, oh, yeah, you guys are right. We'll do it your way. I don't know what to do. All I can do is I can say, I'm happy that immigrants are here. I wish there were more immigrants who were here. And I don't know what to do that will actually help other than, other than just make a statement. But I don't see how that helps anybody. So that's my perspective. Hopefully I'll never have to give my point of view again on a national or state issue, but that's where I'm coming from.
Councilwoman Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to share with folks, first and foremost, thank you all so much for the education that we're providing to community about their rights. And I know a lot of people have been in the trenches. This past week has been pretty heavy for folks who have been out there. I just want to thank all the speakers for sharing their peace of mind and just reiterate that several council members have been asking what collaborations are happening or not happening from city staff, specifically OPD, and the answer continues to be that there is no collaboration with ICE enforcement. SB 54 is, I think, the law that keeps being cited. My heart goes out to all the families and everything they're going through. I see it in education, and I have a lot of educator friends and different grade levels. So I know I've talked to several folks who are extremely stressed. You are seen, you are heard, and I really appreciate the different council members just for having that empathy and an open heart, open mind. So I just want to, just call us to come together because Oxnard, we have values that transcend any differences. We're rooted in dignity and respect for others. So I just want to remind folks of our unwavering commitment to protect the community. And that can be difficult if we are limited within our scope. So we'll do what we can, and just know that a lot of us are with you all. I want to carry on with my reports. I attended the State of the City last week. Thank you so much, Mayor, for everything you shared. I'm sure it was oh, you forgot?
No, I thought you guys all forgot. No.
Well, no, I remember. He did an excellent job, and I think the future for Oxnard is bright, and I just, our budget is stable right now, and I think that's a lot to celebrate. Well, we'll see. There's a lot to celebrate, and I do hear the folks who came out and are still here in the crowds representing their different city employees. So thank you so much for speaking up and sharing with us, because you've trusted us with your vote to represent you and, again, to protect Oxnard. I want to share with folks from District 4 that there's going to be a Zoom meeting happening tomorrow. Feel free to email me, gabriela.rodriguez@oxnard.org, or if you can keep up or play back the recording, the Zoom meeting is happening in 856-2916-9405, and there is a code for that, so 1234. So if folks are interested in joining via Zoom, please join us on Zoom. I am not having my office hours on 4th of July weekend because it's 4th of July, and I'm assuming many folks, including myself, will be out of town. But I am having a open town hall at Durley Park, specifically to discuss Durley Park and the progress that is that is happening with the updates to the park. So I have a very important question to any constituents that are interested. Please come to Durley Park on July 12th for an open town hall at the park at 9 a.m. So July 12th, since I will be out of town for 4th of July weekend. And yes, please keep your emails coming, attend the office hours when we make ourselves available. Please do not treat our lack of engagement for lack of care. We all care deeply. We're on the dais for a reason. So we appreciate everybody who has trusted us with your vote, and just know that if we could, we would. I encourage folks to talk to Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, sorry, Julia's staff, and to our governor to see what options are realistically available to us. I would also encourage, just to reach out to our senators as well. But I know that folks have been on the ground just trying to problem solve. I believe there's going to be a town hall happening next week for different elected officials. I believe Supervisor Lopez has been at the forefront of trying to gather folks to show up and speak up and just take a stand. So thank you all so much. And yeah, we're here in solidarity. And I think those are my updates for now.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to keep my comments brief. As the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Rodriguez mentioned, I gave the State of the City address last week to a sold-out audience that was there. It was put on by the Western Business Alliance, who were eager to see my vision for the city and working in collaboration with our executive leadership team. And I think the message was well received. So I'm going to be putting a lot of that information that was shared with that group out to the general public, so it can be viewed by all of you as well. And just to address a lot of the speakers that came out tonight, I get it. There's a lot of emotion with what is occurring, but know that none of us here are the enemy. Sometimes there's misplaced fault, but many of us have the same lived realities that many are experiencing now with their own parents. And I know it's not enough to say that we're doing all that we are doing, but I tell you, me personally, I'm going with like 3 hours of sleep, trying to be a voice of reassurance, taking calls from ag, taking calls from schools, taking calls from businesses, providing the best guidance I can within the limits that we can, urging them to put up fences, urging them, advising them of what they can do to protect their employees. Same thing with the schools, with promotions coming up, with graduations, working with our police department. I know there's still more that we can do. I'm going to explore the possibility, I know Ariana just left, for her and Crystal, seeing them come up here, and I can see how traumatic this is for them. So we're going to explore as a city the possibility of maybe working with the school district and the county and others to potentially maybe just how we can partner to provide mental health services for some of these young people and adults as well that are being traumatized by everything that's happening in our community. But also, I'm going to be intentional in my conversations with ag and with a lot of established businesses here that are in our city to also participate and also fund along with us the great work that a lot of these volunteer organizations are doing, because they also have a responsibility to play here as well. So we're going to do that. I'm going to do that. That's my commitment to you. But also understand there's a lot of blame put on our police department. And I tell you, sometimes I don't know if people don't realize the strategic intentionality behind even the protests that happened last week, the conversations, the deep conversations like the chief and I had, and the tactics that he implemented, and essentially letting the protesters be loud, but at the same time protecting our businesses, many of whom are the same families we're trying to protect, to make sure that they're not vandalized. So there is that fine balance not to engage, not to create a conflict or invite a conflict, because we're not the enemies here. We just, our job is to protect the public and allow a peaceful protest. And I think that was done. We had, I want to say, just shy of 30 incidents of minor vandalism. Nobody got arrested, no one was hurt, and we allowed the group to be loud. So that's that. Also, there's a lot of reports that have come in about that the police department is in collaboration with ICE. It took a lot of courage, as leaders should do. I did a video. That video was shared all across the country, in Washington, New York, San Francisco, Dallas, Chicago, and it was very unique. We didn't know at the time. Unique in the sense that you had a mayor of this city, where we have, we're big with strawberries here. 90% of the strawberries in this country come out of California, with the majority coming from Oxnard. We are a $2.4 billion industry. Our ag industry is. The chief and I made that video. Us both personally took a lot of hits behind that, but nonetheless, we still did it because it's the right thing to do, to stand up. And I put it out there that I personally, many of you know, I come from police. I think the actions of ICE are unwarranted. They're unjust. They're harmful to our community. They do nothing to advance public safety. If anything, it's traumatic for the members of this community, and we're seeing a lack of due process. We hear, you talk about transparency, all of our officers, you see them out here, they all have wearable body cams. We've worked really hard to gain the trust of our community. That's something that you see federal agents don't have. They don't have wearable cameras. We do, because our job is always to be transparent. Some of these videos that circulate that ICE vehicles are at our police station. One incident was the ICE agent himself was being followed by a community member, and so the ICE agent called 911 asking for help. So we told him purposefully, drive to the station, we'll come out there and intercede to try to keep the peace. That was that. Another video that surfaced showing that, oh look, it's Oxnard PD officers are alluding to the fact in collaboration. The chief and I spoke, he called every police chief, including the sheriff, to find out whether or not, we knew it wasn't our office. Our officers, all their units have GPS trackers, so we're able to find out where they're at any given time. And also clearly it wasn't Oxnard coppers. They didn't have the patches that you see here all the officers have on their uniform. So, but it was in front of the Magoo base near that park that's there. And we couldn't, it was not determined whether or not that SUV that was there was actually a nice vehicle, not talking with the officers that were there. For all we know, they could have been asking directions. We don't know. But certainly there weren't regional police officers to allude to the fact that it's wrong. It's just misinformation. And also, ICE intentionally, just so everyone knows, intentionally went to our police department and parked in our parking lot. They did the same thing at the Ventura Police Department to have a briefing. They could have picked any other place in this city. They chose to park in front of our police station. So the chief told the watch commander to go out there and engage the supervisor of ICE that was in our parking lot to let them know that we didn't want them parked in our parking lot. And the comeback from them was that, hey, look, it's a public parking lot. We can park here. We're trying to gain some professional courtesy, even with our law enforcement partners, but I just put that out there so you understand the challenges that we have as well. So when someone says that we are collaborating with them, we are not in collaboration with them. That is our standing policy. That is a state law as well. That we're just not doing it. Our job is to protect all members of our community, regardless of their legal status. And I'm committed to doing just that, and our chief of police is committed to doing just that, and so is all of our executive team. So I just want to put that out so everybody knows that that is our position here in this city, is the protection of everyone, and we are in solidarity with the people that are experiencing these unjust actions of ICE. So those are my comments, and I thank you everyone for being so receptive of those comments.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just very
Absolutely.
quickly, given the gravity of many of the topics tonight, but I want to just address the Dallas Cowboys shirt controversy, because it's not a controversy. It's contractually obligated for us if we want to attend. Now, all it is they do their training camp here. To open the training camp, they have a 20-minute ceremony. Out of courtesy, they invite this body. The only person that really needs to be there is the mayor to accept the charity check that they present to you for the city. Nobody else needs to attend. But if you want to attend, they insist that we wear their shirt, not our shirt, their shirt. So it's part of the contract. So if I had my druthers, I'd wear the New England Patriots. Assistant City Manager Sostegard, LA Chargers. Patriots better.
Well,
It's just the agreement. Nobody has to attend except the mayor. Thank you.
Can I wear Packers?
Okay, we'll move on to the next item in the agenda. This is from the city clerk. Appointment of member to serve on the city's advisory groups, CAGs. The recommendation is that the mayor, with the approval of the city council, appoint Velia V. Soto to the Cultural Arts Commission representing District 5. And Luli Lopez is here to answer any questions, our Madam Clerk. Any council members have any questions or comments on? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr, and we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, are we doing the appointment first, or are we going to the review of the information consent calendar?
Did I skip one?
No, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing that right now. Yeah, just to see if anybody has any comments on Mrs. Soto appointment. No, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick comment, as I try to do each time. I just want to thank the volunteers for each of the CAGs for their time to serve their community, and just much appreciated. And thank you to our Madam Clerk, Ms. Lopez, for coordinating on all of that. There's a lot of moving parts. So that's it. That's my comments. I'll move the recommended action.
Yeah, Ms. Soto's great. I second that that appointment. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Basua? And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to, this was the consent agenda. Any council members have any consent agenda they wish to discuss?
K2, K4, K6.
K2, K4, and K6? Anyone else? No? Councilmembers, you say K2, K4, K6, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
If we are pulling items K2, K4, and K6 for discussion, I would move that we recommend the balance of the rest of the consent agenda.
Yeah. What's that?
1, 3, 5.
I'll second that.
Okay. Are there any public speakers on items 1, 3, or 5?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers in person or virtually for the information and consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item K2. This is from the city clerk. agreement of publication of legal notices and legal advisements. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with the newspaper for the publication of legal notices and legal advisements for fiscal year 25-26. And just as a reminder, this item did not originate in committee. We'll start with you and your questions, Councilmember Starr.
Right, and by the way, when I look at the PDF from the staff report, the numbering is a little different than what it is in the binder. So I'm looking at page 23 on the PDF, but I think it's on page 22 in your binder. So just really a minor observation on the contract language. Just looking at section 11, the option to extend the agreement, starting at the bottom of page 22 or 23, depending on whether you're looking in person or online. It does make reference to a section 4B, but I suspect that reference should have been 3B, and as I see it in another agreement in this packet. So my request is that in the future, we use the word reserved when there is no options to extend, if we have a 3B, so that way, when we're referencing something, it makes sense, and that's my only comment.
Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers on K2. Thank you.
Any other comments, any other council member? No?
Just move the recommended action.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman. But you want to make a
Seconded, but I'd
comment?
like to make a comment.
Sure.
I do see that we followed the procedure. They sent the bids out for the various newspapers, and they said the opportunity to bid for the various newspapers, and I want to share my opinions from the past when this has been done. This particular item, there was only one person that responded, the local Vita newspaper. In the past, Vita was not the low bidder, but won the bid. Again, was not the low bidder, but won the bid because the editor made a statement that the paper goes through 8 hands before it's tossed, and that weighed heavily. It's still, I think it would be nice to go to a bid, but I have no gripes about it. We went through a bid process. Only one party showed up, but I wanted to share that with the public and the new council members that are here.
I'd like to ask a question about that.
Thank you, Mr. Bravo. Go ahead.
So when we do receive multiple bids for this particular type of service, are we required to take the lowest bid in that case, or do we get to select one over another just because, let's say, like one has Spanish language translation, for example, and the other one does not?
It would depend. It would depend on, do you want to?
Mayor and council members, we would actually put together a committee that would evaluate the proposals and determine if it meets the needs of the city. So it would not be based on whether it's the lowest or the highest.
Okay, thank you. We've got a motion on the table. Is there a second? I'm sorry, you were the second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0.
And I was a yes. I think you answered when my name was called.
He did.
But we're of the same mind here, so it's okay.
It's all right. Okay, we'll move to item K4. This is from the Finance Department. The third amendment to the agreement with TG Consulting Services. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a third amendment to the agreement with TG Consulting Services for the implementation of Tyler EPL licensing module to increase the contract amount from $70,000 for a total contract amount not to exceed $360,937.50 and extend the contract for 5 months to November 30th, 2025. As with the posting of this agenda, there was not yet an outcome from the Finance and Governance Committee. And then Ms. G. Leon Sue is here for the Finance Department. So we'll start with you, Councilmember Starr.
Right, so when it did finally get to the Finance and Governance Committee, the vote was 2-1. I was the no vote on that.
The lone voter out, yeah.
Mostly, I just want to have requesting this as a separate vote because I do intend to vote no again. But I am concerned about, just in general, contracting with people who are former employees, and especially at such high rates. And I get the rationale for why people want to do that. I do understand that there's been a lot of turnover, and that's what the justification is. But in my mind, I think we need to fix that part first. I don't know if we need to actually implement this part of the software right now. But right now, if we have a unstable workforce in this particular department, I'm concerned that if we go forward with it now and you continue to have turnover, we're not going to wind up with a very optimal result. So for those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Mrs. Su, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that because the new council came to office in November of last year, and many of the council members may not be familiar with the contract, and especially the history of the contract. So, and therefore, some council members, including Councilmember Starr, would question why the city needed the contract in the first place, and why the staff is asking for another extension on top of the 2 extensions that requested before. And I also heard some misunderstandings about the history of the contract at the last Finance and Governance Committee, including some of the public speakers there. And therefore, it is important for me to share the facts for the public and for the council member and to clarify those misunderstandings. So in short, the reason for the city to enter into this contract in the first place was because, number one, there was no other subject matter expert on staff due to an abrupt departure of a key staff in September 2022 due to medical reason. And then subsequently, there was a wave of staff turnover at all levels at licensing department, which pretty much emptied the licensing division. And that required constant staff training, and where we have no subject matter expert on staff. And number two, the city council did not want to outsource the licensing division's function to a third-party service provider as a solution to that vacancy of the key staff and the lack of resources internally. When staff made a proposal back in 2023 to go to RFP and completely dismantle licensing division out of the billing and licensing department. So in short, or in other words, the city did not have internal or external resources to do the job for the licensing department, and that job needs to be done. And also, it was the former director of the billing and licensing department who reached out to the sole proprietor of TG Consulting Services, who retired years ago from the city, but who was a subject matter expert on the licensing matter, to come back to the city and to provide the professional services. 3 months after the key staff left and the city was not able to find a qualified candidate to fill the vacancy and to find the staff to serve the purposes of running the licensing division, which brings the city $6 to $7 million of business tax revenue for the city. And also, the ask from the former director is for this former employee who retired but was the sole proprietor of the TG Consulting Services to serve as the only subject matter expert to help the city implement the EPL, Tyler EPL system. And that new software system, EPL, was for not only for the licensing, but also for the community development permitting process that will replace an old and outdated existing system that was used by the city for second. And those are reasons for the city to enter into the contract in the first place. and also subsequently for the 2 extension. And the reason for the amendment for the staff is asking, in asking the city council this time is a little slightly different. The EPL's finish line is extended to the second half of 2025 in the next few months. And the city needs the help from TG Consulting Services to help the city to complete the implementation of the EPL. And no other people or no city staff or external outside vendor has the same caliber of knowledge or expertise to help the city to do this job as TG Consulting Services could do. And for example, of the 6 staff currently working at the licensing, 4 were hired in the last 5 months. And the only supervisor who is sort of the subject matter expert was only hired in April of last year. So to further elaborate, the long version of the fact, which I summarized into this turnover and the key staff departure, had a little bit more specifics to it. In September 2022, the licensing supervisor, who had been at the position for more than 4 years and had over 20 years experiences with the billing and licensing department, had to abruptly went on a medical leave due to a serious illness and later had to retire. And then the city was not able to find candidate to fill the position. And that staff was the only subject matter expert on the licensing division. And then from the end of 2022 to 2024, even continuing to the present day, the city made a decision to start the implementation of a Tyler system, including EPL, to replace the existing system citywide. So licensing, permitting is only a small part of it. There's finance, there was HR system, and then continuing that is a citywide decision to replace the old system with the new system under Tyler, and EPL is part of that. And that was why at the end of 2022, with no internal resources and no outside resources, the former director of Billing and Licensing Department requested and asked for this TG Consulting Services to step in to help the city, to train the new staff as one thing, and also to help to keep the city running the licensing business, and to bring the EPL implementation forward. And the contract was amended for 2 times, extending it to June of this year. And that was because the situation became more challenging to the licensing division, and the EPL implementation was continuing throughout 2023, 2024, and 2025. Because the city did not find qualified candidates to fill the vacancy for the licensing supervisor since September 2022 and for the better part of 2023, a proposal was presented to the Finance and Governance Committee of the City Council to dismantle the city licensing division completely and to completely outsource the licensing function to a third-party vendor that outside of Oxnard in November of 2023. Even though the proposal was rejected and the F&G committee decided to keep the licensing in-house, more than half of the licensing staff left, either to different positions within the city or to different jobs outside of the city. And since late 2023, the staff turnover has never stopped. As new staff were hired, the city relied on TG Consulting Services to train new staff again and again to rebuild the licensing division, to provide support to the EPL implementation, and to keep the operation of the city to collect that $6 to $7 million of business tax revenue each year. It was hard to estimate how many potential misclassification or other potential mistakes may have been made without detection. and how many business tax revenue would have been uncollected without TG Consulting Service during those times. For example, in reviewing the new staff's work during fiscal year 2023 to 2024, TG Consulting discovered that 2 businesses were incorrectly classified for business tax purposes. And by making that correction to reclassify those 2 businesses, the city was able to collect an additional $631,000, $631,522 into the business tax revenue collection. So additionally, just as EPL implementation entered into the new phase from discovery into the configuration phase in summer of 2024, more changes happened to the billing and licensing department. A new supervisor was finally hired in April 24, and the TG Consulting provided the training to bring that staff up to speed. At the same time, though, the former director of billing and licensing department retired about May of 24, and the billing and licensing department was merged into finance department as a division. And the new chief of the BNL division started in August 24, but left the city in December of 24. And most of the licensing staff also left at the second half of 24. So the Second Amendment extended the contract from July 24 to June 25, and it allowed the BNL division to continue to work with the TG Consulting to keep the operation running, collect the business tax revenue, and move EPL implementation forward. So the facts are, yes, the city paid TG Consulting Services to provide its professional services to support the city's operation and implementation of EPL, just like the city paid any other consulting firm that helped the city's operation in other departments. At the same time, it is not an overstatement to say that without TG Consulting Services in the past 2.5 years, not only the licensing operation would have to come to a halt, causing the city unable to collect millions of dollars in business tax revenue, but also the EPL implementation for the licensing module would have been impossible. So fast forward today, the staff is recommending the City Council to authorize the mayor to execute the Third Amendment to this contract. As you can see in the staff report, it's because due to unforeseen delay of the EPL implementation. And some may focus on the word unforeseen delay and ask what caused it. To that, I have 2 responses. First, implementing a complex computer software system to replace another complex computer software that has huge impact on the city is hard. Lots of factors may have contributed to that delay. And when the project timeline for EPL was put together in 2021, no one would have been able to predict what had happened since then. Not the departure of the key staff, not the waves of turnover at the licensing division, and not the proposed outsourcing of the licensing division and then was rejected by the F&G committee. No one could predict that. So for, say, the unforeseen delay, that was unforeseen. And because of what happened since 2022, the configuration of the licensing module for EPL did not officially start until March of this year, even though the licensing module is the most complex and difficult component of the EPL system. And my second response is that I do not disagree that on a different day, it could be a good idea to talk about the EPL project and try to understand what happened and what could be improved in the future. However, that day was not today, because right now, what we're looking at this council meeting, the simple facts are these. The city needs TG Consulting Services assistance to complete the EPL implementation in the next 5 months. In fact, TG Consulting Services will not be available, will not extend the contract beyond the end date of the third amendment. So this will be the final amendment. And no city staff or outside vendor has the same caliber of knowledge or expertise about business licensing that TG Consulting Services can in order to do this job. And therefore, the staff continues to recommend to the City Council to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the third amendment to the agreement with TG Consulting Services as stated in the staff report.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Do want to thank you very much for your explanation. You came very well prepared. When I look at this bottom line is I see a person who used to work for the city, made $30 an hour, retired, formed an entity with her initials, and it's now a consulting firm who's now making $125 an hour. We started off with an 18-month contract for about 122 grand, and now it's basically going to be tripled in double the time. And kind of back of the napkin calculation, she's probably working somewhere around 1,000 hours a year and making twice as much money as what she used to make when she worked for the city, working full-time. I'm really uncomfortable with this. And maybe it's the right decision to extend it, but I'm not comfortable, and I'll be voting no. I think that I'm concerned that this is come back to us in 5 months, and we're going to need some other consultant. And I'm thinking maybe we're just not ready to implement this portion of the software yet if we have such horrible turnover that's going on in this department, because software doesn't just work on its own. You have to have people that know how to use it. And if we don't have a stable workforce there, I just don't know if this is going to work out. And I've seen enough IT projects in my life to really go well beyond what the initial thoughts are of what it would take for implementation and cost, and it just tends to balloon. So anyway, I won't bore you any further with this, but I'll be voting no. Thank you.
I hear, but it almost sounds like Ms. Sue is indicating that this is critical and we don't have the right individual within the unit that can provide that training. So it sounds like Tammy is the only one that can do that. I hear it. I mean, my gosh, I went from, as a commander, Eric, right, making some money to come and being a mayor making $2 an hour.
Mr. Mayor,
What kind of decision was that?
I do want to speak a little bit on the compensation portion of this. It's really like detached from reality, comparing a city employee to someone that's working in the consulting arena. To start with discussing someone's hourly rate as a city employee, when we all know that there are a lot of things that go into someone's salary and benefits package. So she wasn't costing the city $30 an hour. She wasn't costing the city anywhere near that. It was a lot more than that. Second of all, I just question, would we, is it because she was a city employee, or are we just not okay with paying consultants anything? Because it seems like we would want to pay consultants, the people that actually know what they're doing, they're subject matter experts. And the fact that she used to be a city employee, I'm not actually, we're almost holding that against her. So she has a right when she's no longer a city employee. She owns a consulting firm. She charges industry rates, and we have the ability to go with her, or if we could find someone else, which we probably can't, for cheaper than that, then we go from that. So I just that portion of the conversation is not like steeped in the reality of what we deal with on a daily basis.
And rest assured, we're not paying her a gym membership.
Thanks for that clarification, Sonstagard. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I had no plans to speak on this item. I'll be quick.
Did you watch this?
I appreciate the Assistant City Manager's comments on that because they were similar to what came to mind for me. It's apples and oranges and looking at an hourly employee, whether it be in the public sector or in the private sector. They make what the agreement is between they and their employer. We're a consulting firm, someone who is a sole proprietor or they have their LLC, whatever their structure is, but they are their own boss. They name their hourly rate, but they're also in the free market and their rates are their rates. They are subject matter experts for a reason. And if they were charging too much, they probably wouldn't get the work that they need regardless of their level of expertise. But if they are in demand and there is not much supply for that expertise, then the price is adjusted accordingly. And Mr. Sonstagard mentioned it already that $30 an hour, that's not what that employee is costing. I mean, you're the controller for a multi-billion-dollar organization. I would imagine I imagine Councilor Starr would know that each of those employees is not costing that particular corporation what it says on paper they're paid hourly. There are other costs and benefits and accrued leave and whatever packages are offered to those employees. So that seems like a very basic thing that I think should be thrown out there as well. When we pay $125 to a consultant an hour, that's their rate, but we are not paying for their disability. We're not paying for their workers' comp. We're not paying for their benefits. Like that's their rate, and that's on them to figure out what they do with that $125, including what they owe the IRS. The last thing I'll say. When there's a need for subject matter expertise and there is a very important or critical need for that within an organization, we need to do that because the alternative is to not do the service or to not have the program or whatever the case is. In my own professional role as a consultant, we're looking at a very difficult time economically for many of the types of organizations I serve. And unfortunately, people can only be spread so thin on their staff. And people like myself in the consulting realm may have to help pick up that slack for them. But again, that's on me to figure out my health insurance and all those other things. So just wanted to share that. It seems like common sense on this. I appreciate the comprehensive explanation on the comments that were brought up. So thank you very much.
Question.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Hold on one second. Councilmember Starr, hold on. Mr. Perla, go ahead.
So, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a comment and then I'll make a motion to approve this item. I was fortunate enough to watch this live on video when it was going, the live meeting. Ms. Hsu, you did a tremendous job at that meeting and you did a tremendous job here. My blood got boiling when some comments were made by members of the public that spoke and sort of the implications that maybe the person got the job because they were a friend. I believe the word friend was used. You didn't use it, members of the public did. And I saw a smiling face when you were called on it today in the audience. That bothered me. I didn't know who the JT was, TG was. And then in the discussion, I appreciated Mr. Starr asking the questions about this item. But I didn't like the way it was going. Our city does not do things like that. And in my speaking tonight on Councilman's comments, I made the request, and I'm making it again. I did not like the way that the members of the Finance and Governance Committee seemed to rally around, well, we'll get an answer and we can do it offline. There are 7 members on this council. I want every one of those 7 members to have an opportunity to hear the same message at the same time. The part that bothers me, if we had a fire truck, I'll use an example, and it has a special gearbox in it, and the gearbox has a specialist, and he took a vacation, and the specialist is not available, but there's a fire downtown. We can't use the fire truck. Hindsight would, to me, say we should have brought somebody in to fix it. Maybe it would have been a retired employee. Maybe it would have been somebody that cost $1 million. What did we save and what did it cost by not taking care of what we needed to do? This is an example of things that had been let go in past directions at the council, financially and training, and trying to improve it. And the implications by bringing this person back, who, and I appreciated the word you used, Michoud, you used the word caliber of knowledge. That's not just somebody who can do the job. That's not just a slam bam wham mechanic. That's an expert who knows what they're doing. $6 to $7 million bringing in. We're on an extra $600,000. In this particular item of the business licenses, I think we made an error by not going with a private company to do it. But that was an action that was taken. I hope we can revisit it as soon as possible. But I do not think you did a bad job. I appreciate the extra information you gave tonight. And I really resented the fact that people think we give them the job because they're a friend. And the question that I want addressed to the entire council at a future meeting, what is the policy about hiring somebody that used to work for the city of Oxnard, and now they come back and they work for the city because they have expertise? Do they get special favors in not having to bid? Do they get special favors because they're comfortable with the people that work there? I'm expecting our city manager to get that information for all 7 of us. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second.
Okay.
Could I just correct one misunderstanding? I think the intention was never to get the information only to just members of the committee. The intention was that it was just going to be offline and it would be provided to everybody on the council. We just didn't want to have an extra meeting, and it's because it didn't seem like it was that interesting to people. But yeah, but I don't have a problem with it going to everybody, and would prefer it be, if you want to have it at a meeting, I'm okay with that too. But I just want to clear up that misunderstanding. I do have one last question. So this is a person who retired. She's come back, she formed her own company to do this. Does she have any other clients besides the city of Oxnard?
I do not have that knowledge at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Councilman Pearl, I think that was what Mr. Sanskrit understood as well, that information, though he was going to look into, was going to be shared with all of us. Is that correct, Mr. Sanskrit? Yeah.
Yeah, we will have some comprehensive information before the end of the week. We'll provide it to everybody.
Do you still want it at a meeting, though? It sounds like you want it at a public meeting, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, whatever works.
I'm not asking for a public meeting. I'm just an information and consent item on the agenda. Just boom. How does it work?
Well,
No
now the
special
public's,
favors,
excuse
no
me.
special favors, no nothing. But everybody hears the same thing. And Mr. Starr, the reason is, I got bumped off Public Works. You wanted Finance Committee, you got Finance Committee. I'm now on Public Safety. If something happens in Public Safety and we decide, well, maybe we'll just talk about it. Councilmember Perez, Mayor, we'll just talk about it and get it offline. Wouldn't you want to know? As a man who asks questions specifically about money, I would think you would want to know. The same reason I asked about the questions that you asked and members of the public took shots at our city. And I'm a member of the city.
Hold on.
Okay, so the reason why we're asking for it offline is that I have often been receiving the criticism that, why don't you take this offline and talk to staff? And because I've been wanting to do everything in meetings, so I thought, okay, well, apparently other members of the council would like us to do this offline, not use up the public's time. And that's what motivated me to do that. So, I'm kind of in a catch-22 here when it comes to this. Either it's one way or the other, I suppose. But if both approaches are wrong, I'm up a creek.
I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is the nature of the questions, many of which can just be asked ahead of time because many of them don't actually change any outcome. So some of them are just routine technical questions. Some are just really about typos. I don't think those deserve prime time TV time, as exciting as we are in prime time. But at this point, I'm sure people are very curious about this issue, so we will bring it back in a public meeting.
Yep, thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Stay
one
tuned
more-
for the Measure M video.
And just one more clarification for Councilmember Starr. You asked that if the city's only if she has other clients. To my best knowledge, she's dedicated all her time to work on this. There's no other whatsoever clients. She's a retired person. She has grandchildren. She has to take care of her family. But for the time that we ask her to do, she does a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate, Ms. Sue, how prepared you were and the deep explanation in your report, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Are there any public speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item.
I call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing that we're coming upon 10 o'clock, I make a motion that we extend this meeting past 10 o'clock.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we get the vote?
Councilwoman Basua? Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0 to extend past 10.
Thank you. We'll now move to item K6 from Public Works. Professional Services Agreement with EHS International for safety training. The recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with EHS International Inc. for an initial term of 1 year from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, with the option for 4 consecutive one-year period extensions ending June 30th, 2030, in the amount not to exceed $1,550,000 for safety training services. And just as a reminder, Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 back on May 27th, 2025. And I see Michael Wolf is here to answer any question. We'll start with you, Councilmember Starr. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just looking for some clarity here. So on page 138, I guess it's actually 137 in the printed binder, but 138 online, it says, historically, the city has completed training in-house or enlisted the service of external consultants to deliver specialized training for specific divisions. What isn't clear to me is whether we still intend to have some in-house training in the future, or if the intention here is to eliminate in-house training altogether.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. So the specific services are for very specialized training. There's a lot of OJT, on the job training, that we still do.
Yep.
There are tailgate meetings that we do and tailgate trainings that we do. There are certain technical trainings that are very job-specific trainings that we still do. The intention here is for some of the very specific OSHA and mandated trainings are done through this. We don't typically do those kinds of trainings with in-house staff members because they're very specific and specialized. So I don't know if your question was more about the other trainings that we do, which are the technical and job-specific trainings. These are mostly like the OSHA and safety trainings.
Okay. And so we have I think it's like 56 different classes anticipated on pages 159 through 161, or I guess it's 158 through 160 on the printed version. Are there any examples of training among this list that was previously conducted in-house, or are these all instances where we've always contracted that out?
I am not aware, and Lauren, do you know if any of those were done in-house? The list is here.
Mayor, council members, Lauren Bueling with Risk Management. Some of the classes listed, such as bloodborne pathogens, we do have an online training for. So if we need a supplemental, for some reason, a deeper level of it versus the online, we have that. CPR, we do have staff that is certified to train. But if for some reason we didn't have that staff member on site or we needed additional resources to help get a larger group, we could call in for support services.
Okay. And so in your opinion, was the previous in-house, the ones that was being done in-house, did you think that was deficient and it'd be better to have outsiders do this, or is it just more of a convenience thing, or what's the thought?
We haven't had any issues. Specifically, I can speak to CPR with that in-house training. Okay. It's, again, just more of a backup option if for some reason the staff that we have isn't certified. Well, we look into getting additional staff certified because you do have to go through a certification process through such as the American Red Cross.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Also, I'll just add, they have a job to do as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on case 6. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments or questions, what's the desire of council on this item?
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
and the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to, the time is set now for the public hearing on item L1. This is from Public Works. Subject fiscal year 25-26, resolution to levy assessments in the waterways maintenance districts. The recommendation that the City Council, acting as the legislative body for the Waterways Maintenance District, number 1, hold a public hearing regarding proposed assessments for the Waterways Maintenance District for fiscal year 25-26. 2, adopt a resolution to levy the maintenance assessment for property within the Waterways Maintenance District for fiscal year 25-26. The Finance and Governance Committee approved this 2-1 on May 27th, 2025, and Director Michael Wolf is here. Madam Clerk, can you advise reference to certification of publication and written communications, if any?
Mayor and council members, there was a legal notice published in Vida newspaper on June 5th, and the city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record?
I did not.
Thank you. We're still waiting for Councilwoman Rodriguez. We'll ask her when she comes back. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website. Mr. Anthony Miller, Special Districts Manager, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available here to answer any brief clarification questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions of staff on this item? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, because it's a public hearing, quickly for myself, I'm not rushing staff. Because it's a public hearing and Measure M requires that the public view this presentation ahead of time on their own time and they won't see a live presentation tonight, would you mind summarizing just the item we have in front of us?
Absolutely. Good evening, Council. Mayor Pro Tem Teran, Mayor MacArthur. The item before you under consideration currently is the assessment for the MAD4 Maintenance Assessment District. And it is an annual item that the Special Districts Division has to bring in front of Council for approval each year. The assessment is levied for the care of landscape and beach areas within the MAD4 Maintenance District, and is something that has been adopted via public hearing for quite some time.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rodriguez, I just want to circle back on the ex parte, if you had any.
No, and I did not have any ex parte communication on this item.
Thank you. Any other comments or anything? Any other questions? Madam Clerk, if there are no other comments, I'm going to open it up for any public testimony on this public hearing. Are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on L1 for the waterways. Thank you.
If there's no further questions, discussions, I'll move the recommended action.
Yeah, we have to close the hearing first. So if,
Excuse me, sorry.
Go ahead,
Before I do,
Mr. Miller.
I misspoke. I said Maintenance Assessment District. This is the Waterways Assessment District, which is just
We got it,
slightly
yeah.
further south, so I apologize.
yeah, we got it. If there are no additional speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Boy, boy, did you see that one out?
Mayor and council
Yes,
members.
ma'am.
We have a speaker that raised their hand
Oh,
just right before you
All
hit
right.
the.
So ungavel it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna just pull it back.
Caller ending in 2382, if you can press *6 to unmute, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, thank you, and I will make it quick. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Debbie Mitchell from Waterways One, Channel Islands Waterfront Homeowners Association. And I just wanted to especially thank Bert Perello, our council member, for encouraging me from 2013 throughout all of this time to not shut up. And to Alex Nguyen for coming in and listening to the Waterways District and the problems that we had been complaining about since 2006 about our unchanged assessment, which is still unchanged, but had it increased according to inflation, in our $400,000 a year approximately would now be $88,868 a year, just by inflation, and that doesn't cover the permitting process that has gotten much more expensive and the technical process that has gotten much more expensive. So I want to thank Special Districts Supervisor Anthony Miller for working with us diligently to make our funds spread and do the things they need to do. And I want to thank Public Works Director Michael Wolf for working with us and hiring an amazing amount of staff. The transparency and the amount of work going into getting us to a point where we have a project going out for RFP this fall that will lay the foundation for us having a bonded assessment in our district to pay for what we really need is on its way. And I just am so grateful to the city of Oxnard and to the council members and the mayor for listening to us and for the change in the city of Oxnard over this past number of years. It's just been excellent. So thank you all for your diligent hard work, and thank you for being there so late tonight, and for your compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Any other callers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, that actually concludes our speakers in person and virtually.
So I get to hit the gavel one more time, right?
That's right.
Here and now close the public hearing.
Yay. So when it comes time for a vote, I do want to make a statement before the vote.
Absolutely. We have yeah, you can make a motion now.
I'll second.
Okay, with a second. Make your comment, Councilmember.
Sure. So I will be voting no on this recommendation because at no point have the registered voters in this district been given the opportunity to approve this tax in a general election. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
and the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. This next item, L2, is set for a public hearing from Public Works, the adoption of resolution confirming fiscal year 25-26 landscape maintenance districts, diagrams, and assessments. The recommendation that the City Council, acting as the legislative body for the city's landscape maintenance districts, otherwise known as LMDs, one, hold a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed fiscal year 25-26 assessments in the city's LMDs. Two, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, California, confirming diagrams and assessments for fiscal year 25-26 in connection with the city's landscape maintenance districts. Three, approve a one-time fund balance contribution from the general fund to LMD number 45 in the amount of $54,802 as outlined in this staff report. And lastly, four, approve a distribution of LMD 54 reserve fund balance in the amount of $31,386 to the equivalent benefit units in LMD 54 as outlined in this staff report. And the Director of Public Works, Michael Wolf, is here to answer any questions. Madam Clerk, regarding the certification of publication and written communication, if any, can you advise?
Mayor and council members, a legal notice was published in Be the newspaper on June 5th, and the city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter? Just state for the record.
Yes, I've spoke to one neighborhood council.
Okay.
I have also had communication with the River Park Neighborhood Council.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
This is for the LMD items, the LMD public hearing, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, I don't know if I need to say this now or later, but I will be recusing myself on LMD number 30, as that's my employer, House Automation, is in that district.
What number is that, Councilmember Starr?
LMD number 30, same as we discussed
Yeah.
on June 3rd. And I think that Councilmember Perrell had a similar recusal as well.
On 13.
Councilmember Peralta, do you?
I beg your pardon.
No,
I
that's okay.
excuse myself on number 13. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. LMD 13, okay. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website. I see that Mr. Anthony Miller is here. He also posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any questions. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time for staff on this particular item? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just, similar to the previous public hearing, if we just get a brief explanation of this, and I know it's a public hearing that we have come to us annually, but just for the benefit of the public and the public record.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. As mentioned, this is our annual process, the second of two items taken to council. So this is where we'll be actually asking for the council to set the assessment. The annual process for the landscape maintenance assessment districts, as you can see in the staff report, it is setting of those assessments, and we actually have a couple of unique things this fiscal year that we haven't typically had in the past, or actually in the recent past. We haven't done this. We have done this in the past, but not recently. We are looking at a one-time fund balance transfer to LMD 49. They have been carrying a negative fund balance, and then we also have a reserve fund balance in excess of what would be allowed from the Streets and Highway Code section at LMD 54. So we're asking for that to be addressed. And so this is a standard process through the Streets and Highway Code section where we're setting the assessments for these districts, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll now open up the public testimony portion of this public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on on L2 for the LMDs. Thank you.
Thank you. Given there are no public speakers, I will now close the public hearing for this item. Does any council member wish to comment? Councilmember Starr?
I do. So basically, so these are numbered 1 through 4, but really the actions are for 2, 3, and 4, because that's the resolutions and the actions, right? So once again, well, at this last meeting on June 3rd, when we considered this, I know that Ms. Purcell recommended dissolving LMD number 16 because all the improvements are on the exterior of the neighborhood. So it is a general benefit, not a special benefit, and I believe she's correct. At the June 3rd meeting, I did challenge the legality of the multi-year assessments for improvements that did not meet the definition of improvement under the statute. I provided a very detailed analysis of the statute as to why the proposal, I believe, is not legal. City staff made no attempt to counter my reasoning, perhaps because they can't. But staff did assert that they're doing it this way, that I believe they're doing this way because they think it's going to cost the taxpayers more to do it in any other way. I think that even if that were true, it's not a proper justification for doing this in an unlawful manner. Moreover, staff would not address the changes they made to the descriptions of the projects from language that clearly demonstrate these projects were ineligible for multi-year assessments. I think that calling duck a cow does not make it a cow. It's still a duck. So I don't believe that the first recommendation from staff is legal. I believe the costs presented were unjustifiably inflated from the numbers presented at the committee meeting, and because the electorate has never had the opportunity to vote on these assessments, I'll be voting no on the first item, the second recommendation, recuse myself on LMD number 30, and I'll be voting yes on the last 2 recommendations. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf.
So just a couple of comments to that, because I just don't want that to be left out there. As mentioned before, we have a couple of attorneys that have reviewed this and don't think that anything is of issue from a legal standpoint. And so to couch it, to say that we are doing it just because to save money, that was not the response that I provided. I indicated that we are recommending this, and this direction actually is the least expensive option for the community, not because it is. And Councilmember Starr, because you have in the past sued the city, I'm not going to stand here and provide you legal information of why we're doing what we're doing. So I'm going to leave it at that. And so your opinion that it's not legal, I just want to put on record that we have several attorneys, licensed attorneys, that have reviewed this, have made their determination that we can move forward with this based on the Streets and Highway Code section. So I want to make sure that's on record.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mayor, I'm
Councilwoman
sorry,
Bissell.
I got ahead of myself on this item. I have not had any ex parte communication.
Okay.
I was one item ahead.
Okay. That's the other one, next week. Okay. I'll entertain, if there are no more comments, I'll
I will
entertain a
move-
motion.
Oh, actually, did you want a separate vote on a couple of recommendations there, Councilmember Starr?
Yeah.
Correct. So basically, if we have recommendations, it's numbers 2, 3, and 4, right? So number 2 would be one, and I guess 3 and 4 could be the other combined if you like. Or you can just have a separate vote, all 3, doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, which one are you voting no on?
I'll be voting no on number 2. I'll be voting yes on number 3 and number 4. Number 1 just tells us to have a public hearing. That's not a decision we're making, that's already been decided.
Okay.
And we have recusals also, Mayor.
We do.
Yeah, and I will be recusing.
Mayor, if you would like, we can take a motion on recommendation number 2 at this time
Sure, we can do
to
that.
separate it.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second on that item. Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
No, but recusing myself on LMD number 30.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Voting yes and excusing myself from 13.
and the motion carries 6-1, with Councilmember Starr voting no. If I can have a motion for recommendations 3 and 4.
I'll make that motion to recommend for number 3 and 4.
I can second that motion.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Council-
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item in the agenda. This is item M1 from the Public Works Department. The subject fiscal year 25-26 special tax levy for community facility districts numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 2003. The recommendation that the City Council, acting as the legislative body for community facilities districts, otherwise known as CFDs, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 2003. 1, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 1, which is Westport and Mandalay Bay, for fiscal year 25-26. 2, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 2, Westport and Mandalay Bay, for fiscal year 25-26. Number 3, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 3, Seabridge and Mandalay Bay, for fiscal year 25-26. 4, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 4, Seabridge and Mandalay Bay, for fiscal year 25-26. 5, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 5, which is River Park, for fiscal year 25-26. 6, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 8, Sekioka Farms Business Park, for fiscal year 25-26. 7, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 9, North Shore and Mandalay Bay, for fiscal year 25-26. Number 8, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 2003, which entails Oxnard Boulevard Highway 101 interchange, for fiscal year 25-26. And lastly, 9, authorize the Public Works Director or designee to execute an agreement for billing of direct assessments with the Ventura County Auditor Controller to provide the service of placement of direct assessments on the Ventura County secured tax roll. The Finance and Governance Committee approved this 2-1 on May 27th, 2025, based upon the suggestions received on the May 27th Finance and Governance Committee meeting. A new attachment 21 has been included, and edits to attachments 4, 5, 6 have been made and attached to this report. And Director of Public Works, Michael Wolf, is here as well. Any council members have any questions, staff? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick request. I'd like to request that we do a separate vote for recommendation number 5, adopt a resolution setting a special tax rate within CFD number 5, River Park, for fiscal year 25-26. After viewing the Finance and Governance Committee, where this was discussed by that committee and came back, I note that it was stated in part, I would vote in favor of the CFD 5 tax because I know that the voters there had an opportunity to vote for it. They voted for it with over 2/3 of the electorate. That's a perfectly legitimate tax. So I tried to quote that as best I could from the video. So I'd like to provide that opportunity, Councilmember Starr, to vote for that separately. And just as a correction, looking at the election results for that, that was actually 75.61% of the vote was in favor of that. So they certainly spoke on that. So anyways, I just want to separate out that vote for number 5's resolution.
And I just do want to thank the mayor. I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for actually separating, because I was going to ask that myself, and yes, 3/4 is greater than 2/3.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Porter,
Why
what
do
are you
you
going
want to do number 5 separate? What specific reason do you want to do number 5 separate? To say what you said?
Sure. At the Finance and Governance Committee, the package of CFDs got a no vote simply for the fact that they were packaged together, where it was stated if CFD 5 got a vote, so he would have voted yes for that. So I want to give him that opportunity.
Okay. Are there any, I got one, is there any other public speakers beyond this one?
Mayor, that's the only public speaker we've received.
Okay. Well, do you guys want to hear any comments from staff first before we take the public speaker, or would you rather hear the public speaker? Okay, we'll go with Mr. Paul. I'm sorry, Schneblin. I apologize, Paul.
Much a problem for anybody who tries the names. So.
Thank you.
Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Paul Schneblin. I'm the chairman of the River Park Neighborhood Council. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of River Park's residents to ask for your support by approving the resolution setting the special tax rate for Community Facilities District 5 for the 2025-26 fiscal year. In addition to the vote that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, the City Special District's Office hosted a series of informational meetings with River Park residents earlier this year, where Anthony Miller from the office explained how the special tax rate for the fiscal year was determined, and he provided information to and gathered information from the residents attending as to how the taxes collected will be budgeted in the upcoming fiscal year. Based on that information that he provided, the proposed levy for the coming year appears to be a reasonable one, and we support the proposed special tax rate. We hope that the members of the council will approve the resolution for the special tax rate proposed for CFD 5, and we'll also consider the resolutions for the proposed tax rates for the other CFDs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. You want to go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I'd like to start off with some compliments of staff, actually. I will have a question there later, but I just want to say that staff has been very responsive on this. At the committee meeting, I mentioned that the CFDs for Seabridge were modified by 3 voter initiatives in 2018, but that nowhere in the resolution did make mention of that, and that has been corrected, and I thank staff for doing so. Similarly, in the case of River Park CFD number 5, the resolution did not make reference to the modification made by voters in November of 2024, and that has been corrected, and I thank staff for doing so. I also mentioned at the committee meeting that I did not see anywhere in the report how much taxes are being increased or perhaps decreased from the previous year in each of the CFDs, and I appreciate that this is now addressed on page 778 of the PDF of the staff report. I think it's probably 777 in your binder. My request is that next year that the report make mention of the changes in tax rates, ideally by parcel, which I believe staff says they're already committed and willing to do and will do next time. I also mentioned that I didn't see how the amounts were arrived at, that there was a reference to an NBS report, which was not included in the packet, nor is it online. I mentioned that I saw the report for 2023-2024, but not one for 2024-25 or the upcoming year. I do see now that the report for 2024-2025 year is online, but I still don't see an NBS report that addresses the upcoming year, the year upon which the assessments are about to be levied. So maybe I just didn't find it, but I just didn't see it there. So my request is that for next year, that the NBS report supporting the proposed assessments just be included with the staff report so the council and the public can see how the amounts are calculated and justified. I do have a question based on some of the emails I've been getting from residents in CFD 5, and maybe this was addressed in the NBS report and I just don't see it because I didn't see the NBS report. But it sounds like there were some changes that were being made to the budget for CFD number 5, that we were actually taking out the cost for the school property or a portion of the school property that was originally being charged. I just want to understand, have there been changes made? Because it's the first time I'm becoming aware of them.
Good evening, Council. Councilmember Starr, thank you for asking. This is Anthony Miller, Special Districts Manager. I'd like to address one of your comments prior to just that question, and the reference to the reports and the resolutions. Those reports specifically are in reference to the tax roll that is attached to each one of the resolutions. The reports that you are referring to that are posted on the website are the annual reports that are required by state law that are posted for Melrose districts. Those reports come out after assessment rolls are calculated and levied, and they're a year in arrears. So the report for this, or excuse me, in a year in arrears, about 6 months. They're required to be posted before December 31st of the end of the year. So that report will be prepared for this fiscal year or this upcoming fiscal year after the adoption of this round of special taxes.
So where would I see how the assessment, I understand what the assessment amounts are by parcel. What I didn't see, and maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, is how do we come up with that specific figure? I assume there must be some sort of budget for the upcoming year, where we're saying, hey, this is what we're starting off with, this is the revenues we need, these are the types of expenses, categories, amounts. So if it's there, I just completely missed it.
So the attachment number 21, in an effort to be as transparent as possible about how that process takes place, we took a portion of each district's rate and method of apportionment and put it into that attachment. Now, each district, what we do to create those figures is we take the budget that is arrived at during the discussion process with the communities, and then apply what the revenue generation we would require to support that budget, or what's desired by the community, and it is then factored in through that process that is described within the rate and method of apportionment. The Public Works Director mentioned that if a community member does so desire, they can actually figure that out with their on their own. The only question that is really outstanding, that is an item that can be somewhat, I would say, opaque, is that there are escalators each year for the maximum tax rates depending on the district that's described within the rate and method of apportionment, and those typically follow a CPI increase. But what doesn't necessarily follow that process is what the actual assessment, or sorry, special tax is each year, because that's dependent upon community input and budget. So ultimately, that's the important number, is what the community wants to tax themselves, essentially, and then that number is what's put through the rate and method of apportionment process.
So how do I find that? I mean, I understand how the max tax is updated every year. Where do I see how we came up with the 2025, 2026 amounts? If there's you mentioned there was a budget that was agreed to with the residents. Is that in the packet or somewhere else?
So the overall number that is put into the rate and method of apportionment is in the staff report, and that is on the in the financial table under the applied rate column for fiscal year 25-26. Those applied.
Do you have a page number just so I can?
I do not have a packet page number.
Mayor, may I ask a question? When Mr. Starr asked the question of staff, will he let staff finish the answer before he cuts them off, as a respect to the rest of the council members that want to hear the answer from staff?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Problem.
It's going to be 634. Oh, so probably 633 looks like, because that looks like the last page. All right. Yeah. So under financial impact of the section of the staff report,
right,
you'll see the fiscal year 2025-26 maximum and applied rates.
Right.
The applied rates are the total special tax rate to be placed on the tax roll.
That I understood.
That figure is being put through the rate and method of apportionment to divide amongst the parcel types, and that is how the actual per parcel levy, or per parcel levy is arrived at.
So take me to the row where it says CFD number 5, River Park. I see the applied rate is $4,194,177.
Correct.
Where does that number come from? How would I, as a council member, look at how that number is arrived at?
So that number is arrived at during the process, with the community process that we attempt to hold with each one of these communities each year. To staff makes recommendations to the communities in regard to expected budgets or expenses for services within a fiscal year. And the discussion really revolves around how much, if all of that or some of that, is going to be funded through a special tax or through fund balance or things along those lines.
Okay, I guess then I'll have a request for next year, which is that when we come up with these amounts, let's just show where, how the amount is arrived at. Because, I'll vote for number 5 because the assessments or tax is lower than last year. But next year, I'd love to see just how the numbers are arrived at for in this case, $4,194,177.
Okay.
Now, I do want to come back to your question.
Thank you.
One more thing on this item here, how do we arrive at these numbers? These numbers are arrived at through basically, like I said, a community budget process. We try to do this collaboratively. You're adopting that number also through the city's budget process, which you'll also see later tonight. And then I believe there was one further question that you had, Councilmember?
So I guess.
Sports fields. I'm sorry, I did interrupt you. I apologize. Sports fields, I believe it was something along those lines. Okay. So the sports field item was something that was brought up a number of times during not only the community budget process, but during neighborhood council meetings. That has been was factored into the creation of the special tax for CFD5, as though we were going to recommend the district pay for the entire expense because it was an unknown at the time. So that is currently factored into the budget, but it is something that is being recommended that the general fund take a percentage portion of at the request of the community, because the community has requested that any savings from that process be applied to something else, the fund balance, or that can be determined through conversation with the community. Okay. And to be specific, the percentage being recommended for this current fiscal year is a 50-50 split.
Wonderful. If you're okay with it, Councilmember Starr, the Mayor Pro Tem suggests we break up number 5, which you're inclined to vote in favor of, so we can entertain a motion to approve number 5, which is the CFD5 for River Park.
I'll move that.
Second.
Wonderful.
Just a comment real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just want to thank the River Park residents who I see have hung in there till 10:27 p.m. And they're getting applause from the audience and the staff as well, as they should. Mr. Miller was really great about just kind of giving an overview of that, but there's a series of budget workshops, and Mr. Schneblin, who's the chair of the neighborhood, referenced them as well. The River Park neighborhood, I just have to give full credit to for their ever-increasing engagement in this process compared to when I came into this role in 2021. And I just am continually in awe of their desire to fully understand the ins and outs of what is a very complex subject. And not only that, but engage the broader community in those discussions. And believe it was a fiscal year before last, they advocated for an increase in their enhanced police services. And Mr. Miller worked with them on that. And this year they advocated for an adjustment within the sports fields, as was mentioned now. And they've been really incredible community partners to themselves, within themselves, and to the city in working through this. And I just wanted to tip my hat to them. This is the power of neighborhood councils and the power of neighborhoods and residents, and I'm just wholly impressed by it. So thank you all, and ever more so impressed that you stayed here till 10:30 at night for this item. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Perla, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Miller, I would like to tell you, I did have meetings with the people from River Park. They complimented you tremendously, the difference that you've made in helping them out. And I want to thank you, and I want to let the rest of the staff know that. They're very grateful. There's been a tremendous amount of turnover. This is a tough job that you have. Other districts don't treat you as well as the Mayor Pro Tem is saying, but I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the meetings that I went to where you were talking, where you gave presentations about, along with Mr. Howlett, gave presentations about, if they wanted to make changes. One in particular where we had a council member, his wife, and a member, a past chair. They grilled you pretty good. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. And thank you, Paul, for your comments up here. Thank you for that. And for all the members from River Park that are here to hear this vote. So we'll call for the vote. Oh, yes, go ahead. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I also want to commend staff when I did speak to the River Park group. They said nothing but extraordinary things about staff and willingness to work and take your time. So thank you very much. And residents, thank you so much for sticking this out and for all your hard work.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, just for the record, we received 11 written comments for CFD number 5. Copies were distributed to the council, and I have additional copies here for anybody in the public who would like to take a look at them. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can, yeah. What's the desire of council on the other items?
Without objection, I'll move the recommended action for the rebalance of the recommendations for this agenda item.
I will second that motion.
No, any public speakers, Madam Clerk, before we call for the vote?
And Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for this item. Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
And this motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is item M2 from the Finance Department. Subject involves fiscal year 25-26 public safety property tax assessment. The recommendations that the City Council adopt a resolution establishing fiscal year 25-26 tax rates on property in the City of Oxnard for the payment of voter-approved obligations related to public safety personnel pension expenses. This item did not originate in committee, and Mr. Javier Chagoyan Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer for the city, is here to answer any questions staff may have. Before council member discussions, we will receive any public comments. Any public comments on this particular item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for this item in person or virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now receive comments from members of council. Go ahead, Councilmember.
If there's no discussion or questions, I'll move the recommended action.
There are.
Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I do have a question about this. So whether we collect this tax or not, the city is required to contribute to the pension costs of its employees here, right? This is basically an option we have to collect this tax because of a previous court decision. But if for some reason we were to collect this tax, we'd still be on the hook for the pension. Is that right?
Good evening, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. That's correct. That's an option, a funding source option that the city had to pay for this liability.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a quick question on this, and I know it's in the background portion of the staff report, but can we just give a little history about how we landed on this this particular item? I know it dates back a number of years, but I believe it originated in a special election in the city of Oxnard. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as stated in the staff report, it started in back in 1951 when after a special election, the city authorized enrolled the fire and police safety employees and the CalPERS system, California Employee Retirement System. This is an obligation that the city acquired with these employees prior to the passage of Proposition 218. And that basically is what is allowing the city to request for this special assessment every year to cover this obligation.
Thank you. And so the results of that, that election have led to where we are here in 2025 and having this item come back to us each year, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Stark.
So actually, when the time comes, I'm actually going to argue against doing this assessment, and I'll explain why at that point.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is
I'll
there a
second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Go ahead.
So here's my thoughts, my argument. So now Oxnard is one of roughly 24 cities out of California's 482 municipalities that charges its residents an extra property tax to pay for city employee pensions. So on June 8th, 1978, California voters approved Proposition 13, the Jarvis-Gann Initiative, which added Article 13A to the California Constitution. Article 13A limits the amount of ad valorem taxes on real property to 1% of the full cash values determined by the county assessor, but it does exempt from the 1% tax limitation any taxes to repay indebtedness approved by the voters prior to July 1st, 1978. Now, in the 1982 California Supreme Court case Carmen v. Alvord, the court ruled that voter-approved pension costs constituted debt that could be supported by a tax levy in excess of the 1% maximum allowed by Proposition 13. However, it does not mandate that Oxnard actually impose such a tax. So when I look at that decision, I looked at footnote number 2 in that decision, Carmen v. Alvord, and it says the ballot proposition at the election of April 13th, 1948 in San Gabriel, that was the city where this was involving, was as follows, quote, shall the city of San Gabriel fully participate in the state employees retirement system of the state of California, making the employees of said city members of said system in and under the provisions of the State Employees Retirement Act of said state as amended, and levy and collect annually, as contemplated in said act, a special tax sufficient to raise the amount estimated by said council to be required to provide sufficient revenues to meet the obligations of said city to said retirement system. That was the question on the ballot. Now contrast that. In October 23, 1951, we had a special election here in Oxnard. And by the way, the vote was like 742 to 645, so we really had a much smaller population back then. But the question on the ballot was, shall an ordinance of the city of Oxnard authorizing a contract between the city council of the city of Oxnard and the Board of Administration, California State Employees Retirement System, providing for the participation of the city of Oxnard in said state employees retirement system, making its local firemen and local policemen members thereof be adopted. And by the way, that was the previous name for CalPERS. I think it's worth noting that Oxnard's ordinance authorized but did not mandate the city's participation in PERS. And unlike the San Gabriel ordinance, that vote did not authorize the city of Oxnard to impose a special tax for that purpose. So whether we collect this tax or not, the city is still going to have to contribute and should contribute to the pension costs of its public safety employees. But effectively, all this tax does is it frees up money in the general fund to go to other purposes. So because of the language of the ordinance adopted by Oxnard voters in 1951, I don't believe we can legally charge an ad valorem tax beyond the 1% limit under Proposition 13. And even if it were legal to do so, we're surely not obligated to charge this tax. It's not an incidental tax. It's an extra $50 per $100,000 of assessed value. So a house with $500,000 assessed value will pay an extra $250 this year if we were to adopt this resolution. When I campaigned for this seat, many voters told me how they are financially struggling with the high taxes that were required to pay in Oxnard, and they wanted tax relief. We're the only city in Ventura County that imposes this type of tax. Somehow 95% of all cities in California pay their annual pension costs without imposing a special tax. I believe we should do the same, and for all the aforementioned reasons, I will be voting against any resolution to charge homeowners this extra tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you address his question? Or his statement? Well, it was more of a statement. He mentioned that.
The question would probably be, in that scenario, where we would come up with $22 million. That's the question. I mean, we can address that, but it's probably for another time and place.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got a first and a second. There's no other comments, just call for the vote. Oh, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just so it's clear, and I don't know if our city management or our CFO would like to speak to it, but when we talk about this tax, it was referenced, but this is specific to public safety pensions. Am I correct on that? Okay. When we look at CalPERS, it's more than a philosophical discussion on, do people who work in any system deserve to retire one day? I believe everybody deserves to retire. I would hope that they would do so as early as possible and enjoy the years they have remaining after dedicating their life to whatever their career path is. If the voters in 1951 said we're going to do this, I can't offer my legal opinion on it because I'm not a lawyer. But I can take what the staff report and our experts on staff have said here and look at this from a lens of, this is something the voters approved. The voters don't always get it right. We had an extended public comment today about consequences from votes or from elections. But on this one, I'm inclined to go with what is stated here and go with the recommendation and know that this isn't just something that is getting thrown into a kitty here that we can have fun with. This is actually meant for the retirement of our public safety personnel who dedicate their years of service to this community. And as with anybody in any job field, should be entitled to some form of retirement compensation after they have completed their careers. So anyhow, those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just to be clear, I'm not opposed to paying the pension. My question is the tax.
You just don't want the tax break.
And like I said, other cities are paying their pensions without this tax. We're an anomaly charging this tax.
Just to be clear on that point, it's not that only 24 cities choose to levy this tax. Only 24 cities actually have the ability to do this. There was reference to no other city in Ventura County charges this tax. I'm fairly confident if they had the ability to, or an election had taken place sometime in the last 74 years, they would gladly do that to cover some of the pension costs. So it's not a matter of we've just chosen to do this. We're one of the few cities that actually has the ability to do it. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Right. And I have no doubt that every city that has the ability to do this will do it, because what government wouldn't want to charge a tax that they can charge?
Good question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Mr. Sonstergaard, you mentioned $22 million. If it was a hit, $22 million would come up with? 14, whatever the number. Do you have a rough idea pretty much what the number is?
Well, it's in the staff report, and there's it's an estimated 22.5 million, but we cover about 8 of that. I'm just spitballing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know from you. Mr. Starr, how would you come up with the money? And in the back of your pocket, are you planning to generate a lawsuit on this matter, whatever the action is here? You have a pretty good history of that.
That's not my thought today.
That's not your thought now, but I mean, is that what's in the back pocket? You're bringing this up?
No.
Because how are you going to come up with the money that this would cost if we didn't?
I'm just simply saying that somehow other cities do this, and I'm very curious why.
Other cities are not Oxnard. You're here a councilman in Oxnard.
I
You're
get
elected
it.
by the voters. How are you going to come up with the $22 million?
I get it. I'm simply saying that other cities throughout the state pay their police and fire pensions without an extra tax.
You are a gentleman that doesn't want to have taxes, but you want to possibly disagree with this $22 million. What is your idea prove to the residents and the rest of this council you have some concept of how you'd come up with the money to pay the people that work for you.
So what we've done is we've empowered staff to come up with recommendations for how spending is done. I'm just simply saying that I don't think this is a legitimate tax. We'd have to make some adjustments, and they'd have to propose them. So
Well,
no,
I can see-
I'm not here to propose any particular area to cut. I'm just simply saying that somehow other cities are able to make this work, and why can't we? That's it.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the comment, we've empowered staff. That's our job.
Yeah,
It's your vote, but it's our job.
I think we're.
So we're doing our job.
We're in violent agreement with each other on this.
No, we're not.
Sure we are, because I'm just simply saying that you're coming up with dollar figures based on the revenues that are available to you.
Would you want to take a $20 million whack from, this is public safety, I believe it's police.
Yes.
Would you like to take a $22 million from Public Works? The sewer department, water, trash?
I don't have access to those sorts of records to make recommendations.
You need the records? I mean, how little common sense, Mr. Starr? Where do you
I-
expect to
I
get
think-
$22 million?
I think we're overtaxed. People have told me they're overtaxed, and we have the option of not charging this tax, and almost no city does.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you, Raymond. This was just a good, good discussion, philosophical differences, but we just get back into, we got a first and a second. If there are no other comments, Madam Clerk will call for the vote.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes, and 22 million, we could just not pave any streets at all next year. That's an option. Sorry, Mr. Wolf.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
We'll now move to item M3. This is from the Finance Department. The adoption of fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. The recommendation is that the City Council adopt the following resolutions. 1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard approving the city operating and capital improvement budget of fiscal year 25-26. And 2, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard authorizing full-time equivalent positions in the city service effective July 1st, 2025, in accordance with operating budget for fiscal year 25-26. And 3, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard authorizing classification and salary schedules and approving the attached classification salary schedule. And 4, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard establishing financial management policies, and a resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard establishing an appropriation limit for fiscal year 25-26. And lastly, 6, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard adopting a master fee schedule. And our CFO, Javier Lázaro, is here to answer any questions staff may have of him. Before council member discussions, we will take public comment. And Paul, you're back up again. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, good evening again. Before we continue, I'd like to go ahead and recognize the folks here in the audience who are River Park residents. If you could have the folks stand here for as a.
Yeah.
All right. On their behalf and behalf of the River Park residents, I respectfully ask for your support in approving the proposed 2025-26 CFD5 budget. River Park residents are grateful for the many benefits made possible through our Community Facilities District. We also recognize that continued investment is needed to maintain the infrastructure of our neighborhood in the years ahead. From the beginning of this year, River Park residents have had the opportunity to engage with special districts, the special districts office with Anthony Miller to better understand how CFD funds work and to provide input into the budget process. Throughout several public meetings, residents voiced their priorities and learned how the funds can be used to support the community. For many of our residents, it was the first time they realized they had a say in how the CFD dollars could be allocated. We're thankful to the city staff who worked closely with our subcommittee and the community members throughout this process, to Anthony Miller from Special Districts for his time and dedication. We also appreciate the city council members who met with us to listen and engage directly with us on these issues. Finally, we want to thank all the River Park residents who participated in the Special Districts budget meetings, the neighborhood council discussions, and who showed up tonight to make their voices heard. River Park has come together with a clear goal: to work collaboratively with the city council and staff to adopt a CFD budget that reflects community priorities. We want to ensure our tax levies are used for projects that will sustain and improve our neighborhood, not only for the coming fiscal year, but for the years to come. We respectfully ask that you support the proposed budget and help us move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Seeing there are no more public speakers.
That was the last.
Thank you.
The one
We will
and
now
only.
take any comments here from, we'll go with you, Councilmember Starr.
All right, so some general comments and then maybe a question embedded in there or two. So a general comment on the staff report. In the narrative, there's often a descriptive listing of items that total to a figure. And I would just find it easier to read if we were to instead incorporate like mini tables in the narrative. So for example, looking at page 821 on the PDF version, but I guess it's 820 on the printed version of the staff report, the first full paragraph mentions the $22.5 million transferred to the cap outlay fund, and then delineates the 10 items that amount to that total. And I would just find it much easier to digest the figures if those 10 were in a column that totaled to $22.5 million. So to me, it's just far easier to add numbers that are lined up in a column rather than spread out through a paragraph. So if that's something you could do next year, I'd very much appreciate that. So on page 824 PDF, probably 823 in the printed version, I see there's a short paragraph on financial impact, which makes reference to a link where one can find a digital version of the proposed budget on the city's website. When I click on the link, it leads to a page not found message, but I was able to get there by copying and pasting the URL into the browser. So I'm hoping that someone on staff could take a look at that so other people don't have that issue with navigating it. Okay. I noticed that the time date stamp on the digital version of the proposed budget is May 27th, so I just want to confirm that the minor modifications since the publishing of the June 3rd council agenda are not yet reflected in the online digital version. I assume that's the case, right? Yeah. Okay. And on page 936, which I guess is 935 in the printed version, I noticed that the proposed budget of $409,000 for the city treasurer is lower than the revised budget of $641K from the prior year, even though we're adding one or two deputy city treasurers. So I'm assuming that that must be due to the back pay that was owed to the treasurer that the court ordered that was happening in this year versus that. Is that right? Okay. And still looking at that page, when we adopt the budget for expenditures, in the case of the general fund, so 936, just for a second. When we adopt the general fund, when we have the resolution approving the budget, that resolution only specifies the $244 million amount in the, not the various categories that we'll see on this page. So basically, just so it's clear, it's the city manager under the way we do it here who decides what the allocations are amongst all these categories. So if the council were to make a motion stating that it wants to say increase the city clerk department by 100K and reduce the city council by 100K, it would really have no meaning because the only thing we're approving is the bottom line by fund. If I'm wrong, let me know, but I think that's what I'm saying. Do you have a question? So what I'm saying is that we're not approving the individual department amounts. If you look at the resolution itself, we're just approving the $244 million figure, at least for Fund 101, and then we have all the various funds and sub-funds that we're approving. And I guess what I'm wondering is, on Friday, I do understand the city will be back in court with the city treasurer to argue that the city's in compliance with the court's orders. But if the city, I guess first question is, if the city treasurer were to convince the court that he's correct, I assume that staff wouldn't come back to council with an amendment to this budget, or I just assume that simply the city manager would make an adjustment because the council is approving the expenditure at a fund level rather than a departmental level. Is that a fair statement?
Is that your question?
Well, that's my first question there.
We'll keep track of the questions and let him answer the question. Mayor, if I can suggest, because you run on, Mr. Starr, and you say you wonder.
He's nodding, and
that's not an answer for the public to hear.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Echegoyen, or the city manager. Okay.
So you have a proposed budget before you, and Mr. Starr seems to be raising issues about a court proceeding that's going to happen on Friday, and that's for the judge to determine. And if the question is, what does the administration do with the budget as approved by the council, then the CFO can address that. But that seems to be the unadulterated question there, is what happens with the budget once it's approved.
And again, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. As part of the financial policies that are being adopted with the budget, are those financial policies that just govern how the budget is managed. And in case there's any modification for the budget, if there's an increase in appropriation, that increase in appropriation can only happen through city council action. So we'll be bringing that action to council to recognize that change in the total level of appropriation by any individual fund. When there's a other level of adjustments within the budget, those are within the actual administration of the budget that is under the city manager's basically level of authority, and those are the financial policies that are also in front of included with the budget. This is how basically the management of the city is set up, with the separation with the city council and manager structure.
But the budget that the council adopts each year is not just a financial tool for the administration, it's the public policy document of this body. So I think what you're trying to get at is perhaps that I can spend the money any way I want. That's not the case. This is a public policy document for this body. And our job is to administer it the best we can. Now, in the hypothetical you raised, depending on what actually is the outcome and what is the scale of the impact. So if it's significant, I will bring it back. But it doesn't mean we have to rehear the entire budget. But it could be minor. We don't know.
Could be. So I'm looking at the resolution that approves the budget, which starts on page 825 in the hardbound version, 826 in the online version. And looking at, starting on page 827 in the printed version, 828 online, where I see the expenditures related to all of these very special revenue funds. I didn't see anywhere in the staff report where I'd find any sort of discussion on how the fund amounts were arrived at. And where would I see, so at the bottom of this page, I see 59,608,000 figure. Where would I find that in the report?
The information for these special revenue funds is just highlighted as a level of appropriation. These basically expenditures are associated on the estimated revenues that we're expecting to collect. And the staff report focus on the general fund, Measure O, and the enterprise revenue funds that are the ones that generate most of the activity for the city.
Right. But we're basically going to be approving a lot of other funds that we don't even really have a report on, because the report does focus only on the general fund and the enterprise funds. And maybe in the future we can look at getting a better understanding of how these special revenue funds are arrived at. I didn't see any discussion on the internal service fund amounts that were on page 28 in the binder, H29 online. So maybe next year we can have some discussion with that. I will say that, regarding the first resolution, I think I'm probably a bit more conservative about our finances. I'd rather have a budget that's smaller than what I see here. Don't ask me where to make the cuts. So regarding the second resolution, which authorizes the full-time equivalents, where would I find in the exhibit the authorization for the deputy city treasurer? Because I don't see it.
So these positions are like full-time positions.
Right.
So the way that the deputy city treasurers are currently considered are part-time positions are not part of this list. And the list of these positions is also a requirement from CalPERS. So, and those positions, since are part-time positions, are not included in this resolution.
Can you hire part-time positions for a deputy city treasurer? I mean, typically, most people don't want to work part-time.
Well, yeah, we do have the ability. We basically have a part-time treasurer, so we can hire part-time deputy city treasurers.
Okay. But right now, what we have today is we couldn't, based on this resolution, I guess we wouldn't have the authority to hire a full-time deputy city treasurer, if I'm understanding this correctly.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Do we want to say that, or?
That wasn't in the plans. The budget calls for 2 part-time deputy city treasurers. They are classified as extra help. As Mr. Chagoyan Lazaro stated, there are only FTEs in the position resolution, so we do have the ability to hire either extra help, seasonal, limited term, or temporary help based on the needs of the organization.
Okay. So regarding the city attorney's department for the head count, I assume that the increase of the assistant city treasurers, assistant city attorneys by 2 is because of the ordinance that we had a first reading on concerning the harassment ordinance. Is that where that number's coming from? The 2 extra assistant city attorneys?
One
Correct.
of those is for that. One is a new position within the city attorney's office for general work.
Okay. And regarding the head count for the finance department, I guess I'd like to have a better understanding, because we have a smaller finance department where I'm at. It just 56 people sounds like a lot, and I'm just wondering if what you can share with me on that. I mean, maybe that's just the way it has to be. It just seems pretty heavy to me.
Well, the finance department has currently 3 divisions, plus the purchasing section. And we think that this, if we act as staff, everybody will tell you that they're overworked and that we need more staff to handle the day-to-day operations.
They say that where I work too.
So, but I think right now, I think it's we to address all the collections, all the billing, and all the back office activities, to supervise all the accounting activities and budget. I think it's not the number of staff. I think it's currently appropriate.
Okay. So regarding the headcount for the fire department on page 834 in the printed version, 835 online, I noticed that looks like we're eliminating 6 firefighter limited term employees, but that's being offset by increasing firefighters by 6. So I'm just wondering what a firefighter limited term is and why those positions are, I guess, changing.
Councilmember Starr, City Council, Alex Hamilton, Fire Chief. The limited term positions that are listed there, they are essentially it's a cleanup item. So when we do a training academy, we historically lose between 20 and 30% of our recruits going through the academy, but we need to make sure that we hire enough folks that we can fully staff the department. So the solution that we have is we have limited term positions, and then as we lose those positions, we then get rid of those limited term positions because they're not needed anymore. So they haven't been funded, and now we're just getting rid of them out of the position count.
Wouldn't you still need them if you're going to, I assume you're going to be bringing in other people at some point? And right now, you've got 0 for firefighter limited term for what's in the adopted proposal.
Okay. We will likely need to do it again. We'll likely need limited term positions in the future. We are at this point not planning on doing another academy till the beginning of calendar year 2027.
Okay, so maybe when you come back next year, you'll want to put that back in.
Correct.
Got it. And thank you. Regarding the information services operation, I'm delighted that we're able to reduce headcount whenever it's possible, but I'm just curious as to why we're eliminating, I guess, effectively 3 positions there.
I can address that. So, to try to make a long story relatively short, and I think a lot of you, all of you received a briefing from our IT director in the last month or so. The Information Services Department was basically rebuilt about 3 or 4 years ago, and about a 3 to 5 year plan was created, and we started to build that department kind of from the ground up. And we can only hire so many people so fast. Just our capacity to find qualified employees and fit them in where we need them. And we had a couple of positions that were put into the budget and had not been filled for 2 years. And so we just decided that we would get rid of them. We would reassess the department maybe as early as at mid-year. And if we decide that we need those positions back, we would have that discussion at that time. But the short answer is they were positions that were in the budget that we had not been able to fill for 2 years, and we just decided to eliminate them.
Okay. Thank you. So looking at the third resolution, which starts on page 840, and I'm sorry this takes up so much time, but the budget is like the biggest item for the year.
It's okay.
So starting on page 840 on the printed version, 841 on the PDF. So that resolution approves the classification and salary schedules. And I'm wondering, is this schedule identical to what it was last year? Or is it changed? Because I can't discern that from looking at this.
Good evening, Steve Naveau, HR Director. So there are some changes in this document based on agreements with bargaining groups. So during the year, there were like 3% increases that happened with some of the bargaining groups. And so usually what we try to do is capture those changes that happened during the fiscal year in the budget document. So that would be the main changes that happened in here. Or like there was a change that was done, I want to say maybe 2 months ago for wastewater operators, plant operators. So that was now caught in this document or updated in this document.
Okay, thank you. And looking at the fourth resolution that starts on page 868, on the printed version, 869 on the PDF, that it establishes, financial management policies for the development and implementation of the budget. Has this language changed from the previous year, or is it identical? I think it's identical.
The language is the same.
Okay. And regarding A4, which I see on page 868 of the printed version, 869 of the PDF, where it says, the budget development process will include the identification and evaluation of policy options for service levels. However, the adopted budget will include only those policy options approved by the city council. And I was just wondering, what policy options are we talking about that have been approved by the city council?
Usually during the budget process, sometimes you have to evaluate and you have to make policy decisions on when you have limited resources and how you apply those resources to provide services to the residents. And sometimes city council has to make decisions that may differ with what the staff is proposing, or staff may be proposing different alternatives to help the discussion with city council. So those the document that is now published online is a proposed budget. It's not the final one, because we have to wait until the final actions of the city council to publish the final adopted budget. And in those discussions, there can be just policy directions that may be slightly different to what the staff is proposing. I think this year budget, since we're basically proposing a balanced budget for the general fund, I think we're not going into that level of discussions. So there's no significant changes from prior years. But potentially, if the level of resources are not enough to meet all the needs, that's when the tough decisions that come from the policy will need to happen. And those decisions that can be reflected in changes in policies may be reflected in the final budget document.
Okay, maybe I just need an example. So for last year or the year before, is there any particular policy option that the council approved? I'm just trying to understand the definition.
I can give a pretty striking one. There was a year when we proposed browning out a fire station, and the council did not agree.
Awesome, that helps. And looking at the sixth resolution, starting on page 882 on the printed version, 883 on the PDF, which establishes the master fee schedule. I'm looking at the master fee schedule, this long list here. I assume that it has not changed since last year. Is that correct?
There may be some changes. So this resolution represents basically a summary of all the different rates that the city has adopted. So this resolution is not the adoption of the rates. It's a compilation all the different fees and schedules that the city has adopted, and the table has the proper schedule and the dates where they were adopted.
So there are some fees that were part of the recent solid waste rates that were updated in this annual spreadsheet.
Okay, all right. Thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other clarifying questions for Mr. Lázaro? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Just a quick thing, and I don't know if our CFO or others can chime in on it. It's referenced in the staff report, is referenced in the presentations, and I think we had some discussion on it in the public hearing previously and in the CIP review last time. But I'm wondering if we can just talk briefly about the impact on the 25-26 proposed budget, specifically in our CIP, or other ways that the impact of the ongoing bond litigation has had. And I see our Public Works directors walking over the podium.
Answer that.
Yeah.
They're arm wrestling to see who's going to take it.
We're going to do some teamwork here. I will start basically saying that for fiscal year 25-26, we're assuming that the city is not going to be issuing any new debt to fund any CIP projects, and basically will be just cash funding or using pay-go to pay for projects.
So So we had a similar question, I think, come up in the mid-cycle CIP, and I can maybe just kind of summarize what we talked about then. If you look back at the 2-year CIP that we did now 3 years ago, we actually had some identified projects in there that had bonding, and most of those were street paving projects that we were just a couple months away from actually issuing those bonds and doing street paving, arterial, neighborhood and alley street paving projects that we had to put on hold for a couple months because of the bond litigation. And then we had to come back to council and look at addressing the funding of those projects in a different fashion. There were also other projects in the CIP that either have opportunities for bonding or had in the future fiscal years identified bonding sources as a funding source, and those could be senior center, fire stations. We're finishing up the fire station design on 3 fire stations, and so those would be pretty prime projects for bonding. Senior center I mentioned, aquatic center. So those are some of the projects that are in our current CIP that may be at a design level that are kind of ripe for bonding in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I want to just make note of the couple lines here in the staff report regarding the cash funding of things such as streets and other large projects like our ERP projects. And it says the city cannot continue to fund CIP projects with cash at this level for multiple years, similar to if you had to cash fund your house instead of paying for financing it or a new car. But where else are you going to cut in order to make those adjustments? But it says issuing debt service is a standard practice for cities across the nation to implement CIP projects while maintaining reserves and aligning the benefits provided to the community by major infrastructure projects with how to pay for the cost to execute those projects. Essentially, we're taking away from things we could be doing because we have to cash fund them instead of this other funding source, which would be the debt service, or excuse me, the bonding for them. And I'll just make note that the city of Simi Valley and the city of Camarillo recently had rate increases on their wastewater and then water as well for Camarillo. And one of those cities, I watched both of those hearings as they went through, the council members asked about utilizing the rate structure to fund their CIP for their wastewater treatment facility. Why aren't we just bonding this? Why are we not bonding this? Why are we billing this in the rates? And so, I mean, it's even within our own county, there's been recent discussion around this type of mechanism. And you have something additional, Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, I think it's important to say that. I didn't mention the utility projects that are pretty typical. And I actually went back and looked at the last 20 years of what would typically be the construction cost index. And that's basically the very specific consumer price index for construction. In the last 20 years, it's been averaging about 4.47, so 4.5%. And so if you just look at kind of a very rudimentary cost value of money or time value of money, you'd have to, if a project costs $50 million and you had to wait to fund that with cash funding, you'd be basically losing 4.47% on that every year until you collected those funds, and potentially you may not be able to catch up to that consumer cost index. Where if you bonded for it at something much less than 4.47%, you wouldn't lose that value over that time. And so even just a very straightforward analysis, you can see that something with a small bond rate or a loan rate would certainly benefit, especially when you're seeing 5% consumer or construction cost index percentages, the average of the last 20 years. So,
Thank you for that context. My last question, Mayor, and I don't know if the city attorney's office can weigh in on this. As it's germane to this portion of the staff report and discussion about the budget and the bond litigation's impact on it, do we have just like a sentence or two update on where that is in litigation?
Right now, we are awaiting on the lease revenue bond case a determination on a petition for review by the folks that were challenging the council's actions, petition for review to the California Supreme Court, and I don't have an estimate on when we will get that. It's in the 3 to 4 months, depending on how much time the California Supreme Court gives itself to consider that petition for review.
And the request for that review came because of the appellate court decided what?
The appellate court upheld the trial court's finding that the city's actions, city council's actions, were proper.
Thank you. So it's been an interesting exercise the last 2 years, but we've missed out on a lot of projects and a lot of progress that this community could have experienced. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think we should pussyfoot around this. It's not interesting. We got screwed. Every city, county, and state in this goddamn country gets to use this financing mechanism. It's for large projects that span multiple generations. We lost out an opportunity on the cheapest money in our lifetime. There is a real impact to this. There is a real impact to this. The state Treasurer's Department, their May publication summarizing public debt issuance in the last 12 months, $91 billion. It's a tool. It's just a tool. And to assume that any organization of this size, be it public or private, doesn't use financing is outrageous. And then to say that, well, it should only go to the voters. Well, the voters voted for a city council, any city council, to make some of these decisions. Not all of them, some of them. And this is within the purview of a city council. But this logic that everything has to go before the voters I cannot follow that to its conclusion. That makes sense. Because A, we could just put the budget out for a vote every single year. That doesn't make sense. There's a very small group of people that actually voted to incorporate this city. They're all gone. Should we vote on that every year to retain the municipality? New people move in every year. Should we put everything on hold and do an election to see if they choose to use municipal sewer services, or perhaps they'd rather have an outhouse? It doesn't, the logic doesn't make sense. We can't do that every single year, and that's why people elect city councils across this nation. You do have the responsibility to make some of these big decisions, and some of these investments span multiple generations. So let's just be clear about it. We got screwed.
Are you done, Mayor Pro Tem? You done? Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
So I think it's no secret where I stand on going into debt. I oppose going into debt without voter approval. It's that simple. Sometimes debt makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. I don't think we should be the ones that decide that. And as far as no company or entity using, not being free of debt, the company I work for has zero debt. Zero debt. We've got money in the bank. I'll let that one go. School districts, pretty much every election cycle has a bond out there. Pretty much every election cycle, you'll see a bond measure from your school district on your ballot. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do the same. and we should do that. The way I see it is we saved a lot of money these last few years by not having to pay interest on bonds that we never borrowed. When you got a $45 million bond, and let's say it's 5% interest a year, that's $2.25 million of interest expense that we did not have to incur each year because we were not in debt. And as far as using debt for everything under the sun when it comes to infrastructure, well, take a look at the most recent grand jury report on the pavement condition in Oxnard. One thing I noticed in there, the only city in Ventura County that borrows money to fix its streets is Oxnard. The other cities are not doing that. They're paying for it out of cash, which means that they don't have the interest expense, which means that more money is available down the road for other services. And maybe the reason why we have so much trouble with our finances over the long haul, it seems like no matter how much money we raise, no matter how our taxes are, it seems like there's never enough. And this reminds me of some people I've known over the years I've known people who make a lot of money and they're always broke. They're always broke. And that's on them. That's just the way their spending habits are. And I've met people who make very little money and they save up like crazy. It's all about how you approach things. But if you go into debt, you're going to wind up having debt servicing costs that's going to basically indenture our kids and our grandkids for generations. And it leaves less money available for everything else. So I want us to be good stewards of our funds. Going into debt is not the way to do it. Sure, we're going to have some struggles in the short term, but in the long term, any family wants to get out of debt. Any business ultimately wants to get out of debt if they can. I have absolutely no regret about pushing this issue that we shouldn't go into debt unless we go to the voters. School districts do it, so can we. We ought to. It's the right thing to do. I don't feel like it's legitimate for us to put other people into debt without their express permission. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Basua, go ahead.
You know, I've kind of been telling myself that I'm going to remain calm, you know, through this process, because I sometimes feel like we're in a circus, you know, and who's like, we're, you know, I appreciate the comments, but to compare the school district with the city it's just apples and oranges. The school district goes into bonds in order to build schools. And it's just very, very different, Mr. Starr. I mean, it's just very different. And the matter in regards to the grand jury, our streets actually look pretty well. You know, if you go to other cities, they don't look, except for Camarillo, and Camarillo has they have the outlets, they have homes that are in the millions of dollars, so their tax revenue is a lot different than Oxnard's. So we can't be comparing things like that. We are in government. You brought up earlier the tax for pension liability. Your wife complained a few weeks ago that we needed to do more with homelessness. Well, we won't be able to do that. We'd have more crime. We'd have fire departments not answering calls. Those are the unintended consequences of cutting. And I have, you know, my parents, you know, and I have other people in the community. I want them to be safe. I'm not going to put them in jeopardy because we want to cut taxes. That's just not something I'm going to be willing to do. So even though I think it's great that, you want to save taxes and all, but you also have to come and give us ideas on how to do that. And if it's cutting services and if it's cutting police, fire, infrastructure, then that's not really smart either. So until you come and give us a solution on how to do this, I just think we're just beating a dead horse here at this point. And it's 11:29, 11:30. I think, we just got to move on with this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Was there additional input from staff on that?
I just want to clarify something about the grand jury report. The comment that Oxnard is the only city that bonds for paving, I want to make it clear that the grand jury report is very clear that it only reviewed a few cities in the county, not all the cities. So the statement that we're the only city that does it, I think that's a misuse of the information that's in there. So I want to clarify that they did not evaluate Fillmore, Thousand Oaks, Moore Park, Ojai, and Port Hueneme. Now, they may not also bond, but the way that it was stated was I think, a misuse of the information.
And
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
also, we'll schedule to have the formal response to that report on, I believe, July 15th at that meeting. So that'll be before the council in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looking at the agenda item here for the budget, we have a number of recommendations here. What is the pleasure of the council if there are no other questions or
I'll move the
discussion?
recommended action.
Can we vote on them separately? Because I'm going to make some
What is your request,
I
Councilmember
want
Starr?
to propose amendments.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we have a second.
So
And
basically,
Councilmember
since these
Starr,
are
you gotta-
separate resolutions, they can be voted on separately. So let's make the motion for that, and then let's debate each one and vote them on down.
Can you
can I
clarify
get
what
a-
you'd like to separate
yeah.
out, Councilmember?
Well, can I get a vote on my motion?
I think Councilmember, are you motioning to amend Councilwoman Basua's motion? Is that what you're asking? Okay. Is there a
No,
second
no.
to his request?
What I'm doing is I'm taking advantage of Robert's Rules of Order, which I think it's section 27.10, which says that when you've got multiple questions, any member can insist that we vote on each one separately. So I'd like to bring up amendments on some of these.
You need to get a second, correct?
No, actually, I don't in this particular case. There was a case where the mayor ruled against me, and he was right to, because we had proposals that were so integrated that they couldn't be separate, they really couldn't be separately considered.
Okay, I'll turn it back.
That's different here.
I'll turn it back over to the mayor in a moment, but would you
So
please
how-
clarify what you'd like to amend, what you would like to have separated
Sure.
out?
So basically, a couple things. I'd like to make some amendments, and maybe we can just handle this way. I'll just make an amendment. You can vote it down, I guess, if you like, and we'll go from there. So let's just talk about where I'd like to make amendments.
Okay, go ahead.
So on the second resolution, which has to do with headcount, I would move to amend by changing the number of assistant city attorneys from 4 back to 2. I would also move to amend by adding 1 deputy city treasurer. So those are my 2 motions.
Okay. Go ahead. So you started, go ahead.
Okay. So Councilmember Starr has made that request. Is there a second on his request? Or his amendment? Seeing and hearing none, the motion dies.
That's fine. So the next one. So for the 4th resolution, and by the way, just to have this make sense, if you were to look at page 872, the printed version of your document, 873 online, there's a section that talks about a committed fund balance.
Okay.
And what that allows us to do is basically, we're allowed to commit for certain purposes if we wanted to. I'd like to take advantage of that feature. So basically, as I think we discussed before, the budget the city council is adopting is by fund. And that's fine. Not every city does it that way. In Simi Valley, what they'll do is they actually include in their motion a motion to commit fund balances for the departments. So that way, if the city manager wants to come back and say, you know what, I'd like to spend more on police but less on fire, he'd have to come back to us first, and I'm confident we'd probably readily give it to him. But I think that we should be the ones that are on the hook for deciding how much our belief is what the police should be and fire and everything else. Other cities are able to do this. It's not a big deal. So what I would do is I would move that we add the following sentence to the first article at D3 on page 869. 869. Where it talks about appropriation changes. And right now where it says, one of them is number 2, D2, page 869, by city council action for all changes that either increase or decrease fund or sub-fund appropriations adopted in the annual budget appropriation resolution. I'd like to add, notwithstanding, all amounts delineated by department within the general fund as evidenced by the staff presentation for the proposed budget and any amendments thereto are hereby committed to these specific purposes by action of the city council. So what that does is it basically locks us in to these department numbers, which everyone in the world thinks we're voting on. We're not voting on it, we're voting on a single amount. But at least it's us that's on the hook that said we made this decision. And if the city manager wants to come back at a future meeting and say, I want to change this, okay, great. But at least he has to come back to us to do it. So that's my motion. I can read it again if you like. So the language would then read, right now it says by the city manager for appropriation transfers between departments within a fund or subfund. I'd add the words notwithstanding all amounts delineated by department within the general fund as evidenced by the staff report for the proposed budget, and any amendments thereto are hereby committed to these specific purposes by action of the city council. That would be my motion. So the question is, do you guys want to be on the hook for deciding where the money goes, or do you want somebody else to do that?
Is there a second to his amendment on that particular item? Okay, then the motion dies. We'll move on, okay.
Those are all the proposed amendments.
Okay.
So I guess we can vote on these one at a time, and some of them I'll vote no.
You talk about 1 through
6, I guess, A, B, C, D, E, F.
Yeah, 1, 2,
right?
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, sure, we can do that if it's, is there, are we able to? On the whole thing?
Yeah, so we have separate votes on each one.
Okay, so we have a first and a second so far? On which one?
On all of them.
On all of them, but you want to break them up?
Yeah, I mean, I want to break up. If I can't break up, I have to vote no, period, on the whole motion. I think there's some things I can vote yes on.
Which one are you inclined to vote yes on?
Well, let's see, well, I'll tell you, let me start off by saying, I'll vote no on A.
Okay,
Can we do my motion and then
Okay.
if it fails?
If you, look,
Okay, all right, well, let's-
I said earlier, and if you want to look at 2710.
City Attorney, can you provide some clarification on,
Let's bust out the book.
okay. He said 27-10.
All right, hold on.
So what he's raising is known as division of a question, which he didn't use the terminology for. So
section 27.
divide the
paragraph 2.
question. I just recommend we would get out of here a lot faster if you take one at a time.
Okay, well, let's do that. I mean, you were saying you were inclined to vote yes on A.
Actually, I'm going to vote no on A. I think it's just too much money we're spending.
Okay, so
I'm a
which
little more
one?
conservative.
Okay, so we'll just go down one by one if that's better.
That's fine.
Wait, there's a motion and a second on the floor. And does the maker of the motion want to go along with the advice of the attorney? Or do we want to follow Mr. Starr?
Well, we want to go with the advice of the attorney.
Does the maker of the motion want to do that? It's not your call, Mayor.
So
Councilmember Massoud?
Can I read what it says in
Okay,
Robert's?
hold on, Councilmember Starr. Councilmember Sue, you made the motion while I was out the bathroom. What the city attorney is saying, it's best if we break it up one by one. Is that something you'd like to do?
Well, if it's something we're going to do, and it's become very clear that this is what we've been doing, staff just needs to bring every single line item back to us as a motion, because this is getting ridiculous. That way we know we're voting for one, we're voting for two, we're voting for three. When you group everything together, this is the kind of mess we're going to. I made a motion to approve everything. We're either going to approve everything at once, doesn't agree, he can just vote no, or we need to have staff break this up, because it continuously happens. So right now, I've got a motion to approve all, and in the near future, staff will, and if it dies, it dies. I'm just.
So I guess I'm raising a point of order.
And I'm just asking you, Councilmember Sue, our city attorney is advising us that it's advisable to break it up based on the issue that he raised, and I would like to heed his advice, if you're okay with that.
So, Mr. Fisher, are you saying that we should do this in order to get out of here, or or is it allowed? I understand we want to get out of here.
So you have 6 different resolutions before you. And each one does a different thing relating to the budget. It is divisible in that respect.
It's divided.
Okay, so Mayor, it makes sense.
Yes,
If
it
it's
does.
so, we should just get into the rhythm of voting for each one individually. moving
That's why I was-
forward. In order not to have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then we kind of just go back and forth.
That's why I was inclined to just ask which one he was intending to vote yes on, and we can just bunch them up that way. But if we'll just heed the advice of the city attorney, we'll just do one by one. Okay.
That works.
Would you like to amend your motion and do just one?
Yeah, so I will make the motion that we vote one by one.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we'll take the vote.
Okay, so this is approving the city's operating and capital improvement budget. Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Yes. And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. May I have a motion for adopting a resolution authorizing the full-time equivalent positions for fiscal year 25-26?
I make a motion.
Can I get to say one little clarification? It says authorizing full-time equivalent positions. Does that mean that if we have 2 part-time people, it could be a full-time? Is that?
No, the part-time people, the .5 positions, they're part-time. That's how they're allocated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Good, Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
and the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no.
Can we get a motion on C, resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard authorizing classification and salary schedules and approving the attached classification and salary schedules?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
We're voting on C at this point?
Yes.
Yes, I'm voting yes on C.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on D? This is a resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard establishing financial management policies.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no.
Okay, can I get a motion on E? This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard establishing an appropriation limit for the fiscal year 25-26.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Basua, Councilwoman Basua, second. Call for the vote.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis, I don't know if okay, the motion carries 7-0, sorry.
Is it time to go? Is that what that means? Party's over?
No, that's just Edison.
And can I get a motion on F? This is the last one, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard adopting a master fee schedule.
I will move the recommended action.
Second.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item M4. Okay, this is from the Housing Department. Third Amendment to the agreement to provide financial support for the construction and operation of a permanent year-round shelter servicing homeless individuals between the city and the county of Ventura. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the Third Amendment to the agreement to provide financial support for the construction and operation of a permanent year-round shelter servicing homeless individuals between the city and the county of Ventura. And the interim housing director, Brenda Lopez, is here. Do any council members have any questions? I'll staff, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have a recusal from this item because it's an agreement with the County of Ventura and because of my professional relationship I have with public health within the county, I'll have to recuse myself from the discussion and vote on this item.
Thank you for that. We'll just wait till he steps out, and then we'll proceed with questions. We'll go with you, Councilmember Starr. Go ahead.
Did Bert want to start first? It seemed like you wanted to speak. No, okay, great.
No, I'm sorry.
All right, so on this staff report, by the way, most of your staff reports are really, really good.
Thank you.
So I feel bad saying this. So I don't see a copy of the original agreement or the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. And whenever an amendment is presented, at least for my approval, I always want to see what the earlier documents are to get the context. So I'm hoping that in the future that we can consistently do that. And like I said, most of your reports are excellent.
Yeah.
I see that we're proposing to replace language in the existing amended agreement, but I don't see what the language is that's being replaced. So I always prefer to see a red line version where I see the language as being struck and the new language is being inserted. So those are my comments. I have an opinion on the project overall, but maybe I'll state that when the motion comes up. How's
Sure.
that?
And we'll see if any public speakers on this particular item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second, Madam Clerk.
And then we can
We
have
can go- yeah.
debate at this
Yeah,
point, right?
go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Thank you. So, I was opposed to this project prior to my joining the council. I'm still opposed to it today. I believe then and now that it's just going to attract more homeless people downtown. To me, it's just an expansion of the homeless industrial complex, if you will. Now, when I ran for office, the number one issue mentioned to me by voters was the homelessness problem. And there was just overwhelming support for an expanded anti-camping ordinance. And I've been talking about this since I got on the council, and I don't even know if staff is working on this. I know that Governor Newsom put out a model ordinance for cities to use as a starting point for their own anti-camping ordinance. I'd like to go down that road, but I'm going to be a solid no vote on this recommendation today.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions before we call for the vote? Okay, Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Councilwoman Basua, Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
and Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
6, and the motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to,
Let's bring Gabe back.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perel, for getting Mayor Pro Tem. We will go to the next item on the agenda. This is item M5, also from the Housing Department. This involves the Oxnard Navigation Center operating agreement with Mercy House. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a one-year agreement with Mercy House for the provision of shelter and navigation center operations in fiscal year 25-26 in the amount not to exceed $3,355,407.75. And the interim housing director, Ms. Brenda Lopez, is here. Do any council members have any questions of Ms. Lopez on this particular item? Thank you. And we've got one public speaker. We'll go to you, Lorenzo. You are the only one.
Good evening again. Obviously, this hits home with the homeless. I just think that this is too expensive. You know, I did the math. It's $3,355,000. That comes to $2,541 per person per bed. That's a lot of money. You know, I was telling Albert that it's a coincidence that my Garden City camp has also 110 beds, which I charge $875 per bed for 3 meals. And I have 70 vacant beds. So, I mean, to me, it's, you know, Alex said it, you know what? You're here to make the decisions. And obviously, a lot of the things that I heard is about how you're spending the money. You know, this is spending too much money on something that hasn't been fixed. I understand that this agreement has been going on for 6 years, since 2019. I think about 2 to 3 million. I mean, that's a lot of money. And not just because I own the camp. I spent over $2 million in that camp to build 30 affordable houses, apartments, that I decided not to do it because it doesn't pencil. It doesn't pencil out. So what I'm saying to everybody is, you know what, you're spending too much money on something that you haven't fixed. And I appreciate your opposition, sir. And I just think it's just ridiculous. You know, there's a lot of places that offer the help. You know, the city of San Jose passed a law or a resolution where people that is offer housing and don't take it, they're gonna be arrested. I think some of you saw it. You know, it's not the housing that is the problem. And I've said this before because I'm a recovering alcoholic myself. It's mental health. The county is getting $93 million for Proposition 1. I don't have anything against the housing department because I work with them. I'm part of the Downtown Business Improvement Committee. And this is what we talk about. There's too many homeless. I drive around, I use the 3-1 app to ask about the encampments and the debris that it's out there. I think this is too expensive, really expensive. It doesn't make sense. And you know, there's a lot of questions, and I usually don't come to these meetings, and I stay here late. I should have been in bed by 8:30. You know, you guys are making a lot of money, especially the city manager. I mean, you know what? This is not apples to apples. I think this is too expensive. And if you're gonna approve something because it's the right thing to do, I think you're wrong. You know, I think that this is something that needs to be put aside. I don't see anybody competing for this. There's a lot of places that are offering housing to these people, and I'm gonna say it again, housing is not the problem. Building so many affordable housing is not gonna help the homeless. I'm a real estate broker and I've been doing it for too many years. That's not gonna help it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Any comments or anything? If not, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Ms. Lopez and any staff who might have anything to add to this. In the $3.3 million bottom line that we're looking at for this item, I note that the breakdown table that gives an overview of that shows a share of cost discussion that happened when I was out of the room. I'm assuming it went through. But can we just talk a little bit about that, about how the breakdown of cost leading up to that 3.3 million would look?
Sure, Brenda Lopez, Interim Housing Director. You are correct. The prior item was the approval for the cost sharing agreement with the County of Ventura. So we are basically going to be sharing 50% of the cost of the operation costs and also 50% of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment expenses and moving expenses as we transition from the temporary shelter to our new permanent location. All of that will be split half with the county. However, the county is not able to support the temporary costs associated with the temporary shelter, which go to trailer costs. So that's about $63,000 to carry us through the beginning of October, which is when we expect to transition over. And then there is a little contingency there in case there's an unforeseen delay that, again, we don't expect to use it. So the county is not going to split half of the costs with us on that.
Great, thank you for that explanation. And I know that it's one thing to say, hey, it's not fully on the city. There's a cost sharing agreement with the County of Ventura, but at the end, it's taxpayer money leading up to $3.3 million. Is that a lot of money? Absolutely it is. But at the same time, addressing homelessness is not a cheap endeavor, nor should it be cheapened out on. I believe people who are at this point in their lives are experiencing homelessness. They deserve to have high quality programming and services that do so with proven effective strategies that are also done with dignity. And so it's one of those things of the cost may give sticker shock, but the cost is the cost. And costs will only continue to rise for everything, not just programming, but materials, labor, even in our homes, our budgets will continue to increase as time goes on here. That's just the way of the world. At the same time, and I appreciate Mr. Castillo sharing his personal portion there about his own recovery. Not to get too deep into it, but this is a perfect example of the effect that prevention has in these types of social issues and challenges that face all of us. If we can invest in programming that prevents people from falling into these challenges in their lifetime, whether it be in adolescence, young adulthood, or adulthood, the downstream costs in things like this $3.3 million will be realized later on because we don't have as many people falling into homelessness or falling into substance use or having substance use disorders because we prevented that from happening. The savings to this, the savings to our healthcare system, the savings to the justice system, I mean, it just expands. When you hear the figures, every dollar spent in prevention saves $7 to $13 later on. This is the $7 to $13 we're talking about. So that doesn't mean we don't do this. Doesn't mean we don't help the people who still need it. But I'm hoping that as a society that we can realize that and invest more where we're going to have more effect later on down the line. So anyhow, that's my comments. Thank you again, Ms. Lopez. I appreciate that.
I would like to add that the new location does have 56 permanent supportive housing units. I think that's important to point out. There's also the 110 beds on the first ground floor, and all of the referrals are coming in partnership with the county, Mercy House, and other case managers in the community who are going to do the supportive service case management support that's needed to help individuals remain housed. So I think it's also important to take that into consideration.
Incredibly important. Thank you. And
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr.
if
Nguyen.
I may follow up on the Mayor Pro Tem's, one of his key points, the salient point is it's actually much more expensive to not do this. The expense of simply sweeping people from one neighborhood to another or from one business park to another is actually quite costly, and also sometimes dangerous. So if you just look at this at face value, given the 110 beds and